Uh, Good morning, and thank you to everyone who is joining. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Oh. All right, happy Friday, everyone. My name is Nicole Schmitt. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, and we're really happy to have you here today. I'm calling in from the Dena'ina lands in Anchorage. And as I give my little introduction, we encourage everyone to put into the chat your name and where you're from, the ancestral lands that you're calling from. It's good to get a little community going in the chat. And as you'll notice, as a participant, you do not have audio power, so you are muted, but you have access to the chat function and also the Q&A section box, which we will talk about here in a little bit, but don't worry if we can't hear you, that is by design. I wanted to start by thanking many people. It took a lot of sponsors to make this workshop happen, so on the part of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, I wanted to thank all of the members who are joining here today, whose donations have made our contributions to hosting this possible. We also have a number of board members, both from our central board and our Southeast chapter board on the call today, so thank you for joining. And I wanted to recognize the Alaska Wildlife Alliance staff that is on the call. So Kelsey Hansen and Mandy Magura are our rock star note takers. We can give some appreciation to them for holding through these past few days and taking notes. We also have Sarah Piscina calling in, and John Morton, who is on the steering committee and who will be speaking today, is the vice president of our board and has been very involved. So thank you to all of them. We also received support from the Alaska Climate Adaptation Science Center and USGS, EA Engineering Science and Technology, and the National Parks Conservation Association. So thank you very much to all of those organizations for your support. And you can learn more about each of them on the agenda, which is on the website. I'll have Mandy or Kelsey throw that into the chat. There you can find information on their work as well as contact information if you want to be connected with folks on those teams. Since June or July of last year, we have been planning this with a Rockstar steering committee, so I want to recognize them. Many of them have been giving presentations or involved in the chat, but we'd like to give a special shout out to Meda DeWitt, Jeremy Littell, John Morton, Will Putman, Joel Reynolds, and Sue Rodman for coming together every other week for the past few months to make this possible. I'd also like to give a pre-thank you to all of the panelists and speakers here today who are joining on a volunteer basis. It takes a lot of work to put these presentations together and work with us through developing the abstracts and bios and everything that went into it. So big thank you to them for sharing their experience and expertise. And of course, to everyone viewing. This is the third day of the workshop. It's been quite a journey, and we're really grateful for your participation and engagement, both in listening and in your questions through the chat. I will give a very brief overview of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, of who we are. We were founded in 1978 by Alaskans. Our mission is to protect Alaska's wildlife for its intrinsic value, as well as for the benefit of present and future generations of Alaska. We advocate for healthy ecosystems, which are scientifically and ethically managed to protect our wildlife in an increasingly dynamic world. And we added the tag of the dynamic world because over the past few years, as we've developed our strategic plan, we've really leaned into this commitment to our responsibility as an organization to confront the issues of climate adaptation on Alaska's wildlife. And, you know, Alaska is the only Arctic state in the nation. We have such a diversity of species all over the state, and we've really prioritized thinking about what that means for wildlife, what climate change means for wildlife, and how we can support wildlife in these changing times. As such, we have three primary goals. The first is to ensure scientifically sound and humane wildlife management throughout the state. The second is the development of this novel climate change adaptation program, of which this workshop is one of the pillars of that process. And we also work to inform Alaska's citizenry to speak up for wildlife and get engaged on wildlife and habitat issues. So you can learn more about our work. You can see our annual reports, strategic plans, what we're up to. We have an e-listserv. We also have educational programming every month called Wildlife Wednesdays. There's lots to learn. So you can visit our website at akwildlife.org, and I'll have Mandy or Kelsey throw that into the chat to learn more. Great. So before we get started today, I wanted to reiterate again what the goal of this workshop is, and that's really to push the boundaries of thinking about how we respond to climate change here in Alaska and getting out of our comfort zone for what we think of adaptation. And for those who have been joining us for the past few days, you'll notice that we're using the Resist, Accept, Direct framework, also known as RAD, to organize the presentations by themes. So the workshop is not about RAD itself, the framework itself, but focus on highlighting and discussing ways that people are accepting, resisting, or in this case today, directing change in Alaska. And so the first day we focused on accepting, and we got kind of a state of the state. We had an understanding of what we're accepting. We learned about monitoring strategies and plans, learned more about species movement and change. So that was a really good overview of what we can do and what is being done to accept climate change in Alaska. And then yesterday we focused on resisting, which got very interesting. We learned about pilot studies to understand what exactly we might be resisting. We learned about different technologies that are being deployed now to resist climate change through forestry. We had Pleistocene reassemblage and all sorts of stuff, silicone beads in the Arctic, the possibility of walrus haulouts. It was a really, really interesting day. And so today, to set us up for thinking about how we move into directing change, day 3 of directing, our first speaker, Steve Jackson, will be talking about ecological transformations and how to recognize it, how we can begin thinking about it. That'll be followed by Roger Kaye and Meda DeWitt, who will speak on the different ways of considering how Homo sapiens play a role in nature, which is almost a prerequisite for thinking about how we can best steward these future landscapes, especially when we navigate these ecological transformations that are already happening here in Alaska. And those are just the first 3 talks. So we have presentations all the way through 11:30, and we're really excited to close out the workshop with these really amazing speakers. So a little bit of a word to the format of the day. There will be Q&A sessions after every few speakers, and Amanda can reiterate this as she introduces her part, but there is a Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. So for viewers, we encourage you to ask questions as the speakers are talking, and make sure to say who you're directing your question to, because we'll do these question and answer sessions in groups. So it might be an hour until your question is heard. We want to make sure it goes to the right person. For panelists, you do not have access to the Q&A box, so you can put your question in the chat and we'll do our best to toggle between those. Panelists have also been giving more information in the chat, so you can keep both of those windows open as a viewer to learn more about specific issues. You can see the agenda for all of the abstracts, bios, and the speaker order. Again, that'll be in the chat. And then at the end of the presentations, we're going to have a facilitated discussion, and that's again after the talks, and that's with all of the panelists. And again, we have those prompts in the agenda, so we encourage you to stay on for that. And then today we have a special session between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. And this is going to be an open forum in which we'll allow the viewers to speak and discuss ideas on next steps, things that could come out of this workshop. So those who are interested will be given the power of speech, and we'll use some kind of interactive system to get ideas from all of you as to what we can do with all the information that we've learned these past few days. All of the presentations will be recorded. As you can see, it's being recorded right now, and we'll have them posted online on our YouTube channel and on our website early next week. I also wanted to again recognize Mandy and Kelsey, who are doing an amazing job note-taking. All of those notes will be compiled into a report, which we will publish on our website that summarizes this workshop. So you can take a look for that. And then for the presenters who are comfortable with it, we will also be posting the slide deck of every presentation on our website as well. So follow back up with us in a week or two for those resources. And if you have any questions, you can email me. I'll put my email into the chat. So I know that's quite a lot of information, and it'll be nice to hear someone else's voice other than mine. So I'm excited to introduce Amanda Sesser, who is the facilitator who will be working through introducing the speakers and keeping us on time.
Great, thanks Nicole. Thanks everyone for joining. Welcome back for the third day. I know this is a lot of information. It's a lot of hours sitting on a Zoom meeting, and it can be a lot. I have a cat going into a bag literally behind me, if that's the noise. There's a cat going into a paper bag, and 15-month-old twins running around. So I apologize for the background noise. But and I do appreciate, like we said, all of you coming back for the third and final day. I think it's going to be equally as exciting and riveting as the first 2 days have been. I'm going to cover a little bit of background information, hopefully not repeat too much of what Nicole just said, but just to share some logistics. As you've noticed, for participants, you are in listen only mode, so you will not be able to unmute and speak, but you are welcome to type your questions in the Q&A box below. And as Nikki said, please put the presenter to which you are asking the question so that we make sure we ask the right panelist when it comes to the question and answer blocks. And if we can't get to all of your questions, I do apologize in advance. You know, there's been over 130 or over people in attendance every day so far, and we're expecting a lot of folks to be here today as well. So I do apologize in advance if we don't get to all of your questions. We're going to do our best. If there's anything that we do not get to, we can you can email Nikki, or you can email the panelists directly to continue the conversations offline if necessary. For the panelists, be sure if you're typing in the chat and if you want everyone to be able to, if you want all of the attendees to be able to read what you're typing, you'll have to change it to make sure that you're writing to everyone, because the default for the panelist is just to go to the host and the panelists just internally within that group. So it's just something we learned yesterday, is that, so for example, Nikki, you just put your name and address in there, that's just going to host and panelist. So you need to go in and change it to everyone. It's something that is, I didn't even notice until yesterday. So just be aware, panelists. Also, while you're speaking and giving your presentation, I will be popping in. So I'll keep my video off. Obviously, I'll be on mute because of these little monsters, but I will be popping in with my camera on at 5 minutes and at 1 minute. So if you see me pop in, I'll try not to say anything. I'll just do this. But if I don't see you head nod or give me a thumbs up, I will just give you a gentle 5 minute warning and then a 1 minute warning. At the 1 minute warning part, even if you have several slides still ahead, please go ahead and start to wrap it up. Give us your main take home points, because we need to stay on time to make sure that there is enough time for question and answer at the end of the presentations. Okay, so that's all I have for logistics. Please throw any questions you might have into the question and answer. There's also the chat box that you can be having conversations and asking questions. But if you can put your questions in the Q&A, it's easier for the note takers. Like Nikki said, shout out to Kelsey and Mandy for doing a great job taking notes over the 3 days. This is not an easy meeting for note taking at all. But without further ado, let's queue up the first speaker. The first block of talks this morning is all about, oops, let me go back. I almost went to day one, going backwards in time. today is all about setting the stage of what does ecological transformation look like. And our first speaker is Dr. Steve Jackson. He's the director of the Southwest and South Central Climate Adaptation Science Center. Steve, can you share your slides?
Yes, I'm just getting there. Okay.
Oh. Perfect. So just put it in presenter mode.
Okay, got it. Oops. Okay, yeah, thank you, Amanda. And yeah, I want to start out, well, I'm Steve Jackson. I am speaking from the foothills of the Tucson Mountains in southern Arizona. These are the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham people. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak. This has been a great workshop, great meeting. I've really enjoyed the presentations and discussions, and I've learned a lot already, and hope to learn more over the next few hours. So the organizing committee gave me a daunting task. Actually, they gave me 4 different tasks at different times and told me I had 20 minutes to do them. Each of them, of course, is worth a 20-minute talk in itself, but I'm going to try to hit some of all of these and synthesize them and pull some ideas together about this challenge of ecological transformation, which is really one of the big challenges of climate change for the coming decades and on beyond. So I'm going to start out just talking about resistance, acceptance, and direction or directed change. Just talking about what's easy and what's hard about them. So resistance is easy for a number of reasons. It provides clear, discrete targets for management. We can use the historical states, for instance, as our management targets. And importantly, it involves things that are familiar to us, species, communities, and ecosystems with which we have history. We have a reasonable understanding of how they work from our experience directly in managing them and studying them from our science. Resistance is hard, though, because it requires that we do things. It requires actions and interventions to resist environmental change. It gets harder the more the environment changes. The greater the magnitude of environmental change from the historical state, the more we have to intervene, the more dramatic the actions and interventions to keep that system in its historical state. And of course, there's likelihood of eventual failure. Eventually, if the local or regional environment changes sufficiently, then resistance is going to become futile. The system will not be sustainable, except possibly with some heroic interventions, but even heroic interventions may ultimately fail. Acceptance is easy because you don't have to do much. You just let nature run its course. You watch things play out and live with the consequences. You don't necessarily have to make hard decisions, although actually accepting is a hard decision, or can be a hard decision in itself, and it can lead you or lead us to harder decisions in the longer run. Because, and this is why it's hard, accepting whatever happens under climate change, well, we can't always be sure what we're going to get, and what we get may not be something that we like. Okay, directed change or direction is easy because, well, well, actually, direction is not easy. This is the really, really hard one. And I don't think there's going to be anything easy about developing and implementing and managing directed change. Directed change is hard because it forces us to think hard about our objectives, what we're managing for now and in the future, and how to attain those objectives. It deliberately deviates from the historical states of the system. It takes us often into unfamiliar ecological terrain, certainly at a local level. We're talking about new ecosystems in places where the older ecosystems that we're familiar with will be gone. And in many cases, those ecosystems are not only going to be locally unfamiliar or locally novel, they're going to be universally novel ecosystems with which we have no direct experience. Therefore, it's just chock full of uncertainties. And as a result, it's inevitably going to require adjudicating among conflicting values. This is going to be very, very hard from a scientific standpoint, from a management standpoint, from a sociological and political standpoint. There are a number of barriers. There's a lot of talk now about adaptation barriers at a broad scale. And I want to just dwell briefly on some of the adaptation barriers for R, A, and D. Resistance barriers are fairly straightforward. They're in the material resource limitations, what we've got in terms of material resources and staff and feet on the ground to be able to take resistance actions. And of course, another barrier is just the fear or the potential for ultimate failure. However, the failure may take a while to play out. Resistance may work for a while, and in many systems, it is going to be a good option for the time being. It keeps us in a system that we're familiar with and that we understand. And so there certainly is something to be said for resisting when we can, but ultimately it may fail. And it may be easy to simply say, well, it'll ultimately fail, but I'll be retired by the time it fails, so it's going to be someone else's problem down the road. But as managers and civil servants, we do have some responsibility to try to set up for so that people aren't inheriting problems that we may have created or exacerbated. Acceptance has a number of barriers, particularly in that it deviates from the historical norms. As we discussed yesterday and the day before, we're deeply entrenched. Conservation and restoration are both deeply entrenched in historical states and historical norms. And acceptance means that we're letting these systems slip out of those historical norms into something new. And that something new is going to be novel, and we don't always know exactly how we're going to manage it. So that's a barrier to acceptance, even though in some cases acceptance may be the best or only option that we might have. Barriers to direction are many. They include the same kinds of things as for acceptance. We're getting away from the historical norms. We're getting into novel systems that we may not be quite sure how to manage appropriately. But they differ from acceptance in that we're actually intentionally going there. We, in directed change, we are changing the system, intervening to direct it along certain paths with intention. Paths that take us away from those historical norms, paths that take us into uncertain territory. And then intentionality, of course, creates issues of accountability because, again, we're going into uncertain territory. Things may not work the way we think they will. And so a very big barrier that we discussed yesterday, and I'm sure will again today, is the risk that's taken under this, the fact that we are having to accept considerable risk and are likely to be held accountable for the outcomes. Other barriers are the difficulties in choosing the targets and pathways for directed change under uncertainty, frequently deep uncertainty. We want to make sure that our future directed targets are desirable. We want to make sure that they're attainable. We want to make sure that they're sustainable, at least on a short-term basis, if not a long-term basis. Many of them may not be sustainable in the long term. So self-reproducing or self-sustaining systems may be a bit of a maybe elusive in the long run because the system, because the climate is going to continue to change in directions and ways that we cannot anticipate right now. So we also need to be thinking about whether we're directing towards specific self-sustaining endpoints, or rather, are we directing change toward waypoints that will allow managers of the future to continue directing the system towards desirable and attainable and sustainable outcomes. And then, of course, another challenge or another barrier is the problem of once we've decided where we want to go, do we really know how to get there? Do we understand the kinds of tools and interventions that are going to be required to direct that change? These are all really big and important challenges that we're going to have to be confronting and addressing in the coming years and decades. This is enough to give me a headache just thinking about all of this. This is difficult stuff. Fortunately, I think we can't reach for a bottle of Wolcott's Instant Pain Annihilator. The active ingredients were ethanol and opium, so you can't get it off the shelf anymore. But I'll try to annihilate, or at least give you a little bit of pain relief by looking at the historical record, specifically the paleoecological record. One of the things that we find with the paleoecological record is that most ecosystems really aren't very old, at least by paleoecological terms. Some of them are just decades or a few centuries old. Many are just a few millennia old. And it's very rare to find ecosystems in North America or really anywhere else on the terrestrial continents or on the terrestrial globe, ecosystems that have persisted intact in place for more than about 10 or 12,000 years. Most of them are younger than 12,000 years, and many of them are younger than just a few thousand years. If you go back in time from just about any point in the globe, you go back a few thousand years and you're into a very different kind of ecosystem, compositionally and structurally. Ecosystems all over the globe have changed substantially since the last glacial maximum 20,000 years ago. This is a synthesis of nearly 600 sites from across the globe, and you can see that there's been moderate to large change in vegetation composition and vegetation structure pretty much everywhere, just a few local exceptions, but at all latitudes, at all elevations, on all continents. So this change is the norm. If we look at individual sites, we also see a lot of turnover, sometimes very high turnover. This is an example from the mixed forests of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. This is an 8,600-year record. It's been forested for the past 8,600 years. And this record shows all of the major tree species on the Upper Peninsula, all the major upland tree species on the Upper Peninsula. The red arrows indicate major population declines of individual tree species. The blue arrows show major population increases. And you can see that there's a lot of turnover with the dominants coming and going. The overall forest composition, and to some extent the forest structure, undergoing continual change. And again, these kinds of records vary across the globe. In some cases, you'll see persistence going back 3,000 or 5,000 or even 10,000 years. In other cases, you see this kind of very steady turnover, really depending on the nature of the vegetation, the nature of climate change, and the sensitivity of the vegetation to climate change and to the various kinds of climate events and extremes that happen through time along the way. So historical norms, historical baselines aren't especially reliable baselines. Past ecosystem states, those baselines shifted through time. Past ecosystem states were contingent on past climates and particular past events. Very often climate extremes that led to major mortality events, major disturbances, or major recruitment opportunities for expanding or invading species, or sometimes both. History isn't necessarily reliable as a source of objective normal states. And this represents a very big leap away from what we have all, the kind of conservation that we've all grown up with, of being able to use the historical norms as an objective measure of the proper state of the ecosystem, what to manage for. So this turnover and change gives us permission to consider future ecological states that are unlike the present or past. In a sense, the historical record liberates us from history, that it opens up this idea of change and gives us permission to think about futures that aren't like the past or present. And wait, there's more, because I've only been talking about relatively undisturbed ecosystems that have been driven by climate change primarily, but of course we're also in the fabulous Anthropocene era, and humans have also had a strong impact on ecosystems. People have a long history of directing ecological change. We've got 1 century to 2 centuries of scientific management of ecosystems, and we're coming to recognize increasingly that in many ecosystems, there have been many millennia of indigenous management of those ecosystems through fire and other means. So these provide learning opportunities for thinking about change. We can look at the outcomes and impacts of scientific management and of indigenous management. We can look at at the successes. We can look at the failures and learn from them. We can identify practices and figure out what works in which situations. Thanks, Amanda. So going to rethinking what are we trying to do? What are our long-term goals? I think it's been very well said by Jonas Salk back in the 1960s, who raised the question in 1967, are we being good ancestors? We need to be thinking about our actions today in the context of what they're going to look like to our counterparts in 2050 and 2100 and 2200 and beyond. We want to be taking actions that our successors and our descendants will hopefully thank us for, but at least not curse us for. So I think we need to be taking both a short-term and a mid-term and a long-term view of what we're doing. How to be a good ancestor is a question that we need to plumb and think about really hard. Here are a few steps towards it. We certainly want to save all the parts and minimize biodiversity loss. Species that are relatively uncommon today may wind up being really critically important in the future. We certainly see this in the paleoecological records. Some of the dominant species today were relatively rare 5,000 or 10,000 years ago. We want to maximize the decision space for the future and not box in our successors. We want to give them a lot of decision options and not cut off those options. We need to learn, and learn. We have to advance the relevant scientific understanding. We have to advance our practical understanding, and we have to do this in an adaptive learning context involving researchers and practitioners working together, which means talk. There's a lot of communication and discussion to be done here. The uncertainties are going to remain deep and uncertain. Even as we learn more, the uncertainties are going to continue to expand. As Jeremy talked about on Wednesday, there are uncertainties about climate futures, as Ted Schuer talked about yesterday. Those climate futures are uncertain because they're going to depend on the fate of permafrost and the consequences of what happens to that over the next few years and few decades. Climate variability, we have no capacity for forecasting climate at the critical timescale of years to decades. And so the natural climate variability in the system is going to play out. We don't have good predictive capacity, and it's going to interact with greenhouse gas forcing and all of its feedbacks and consequences in ways that we don't fully understand. And then, of course, the ecological outcomes are highly uncertain because of the uncertainties about climate, but also because of all the complex interactions that are inherent in ecological systems. So we don't and won't always know what's going to work and what's not going to work. We're going to be able to measure success frequently only in hindsight. Sometimes the success is going to be transient. We need to be implementing relentless experimental programs. And these are experimental programs aimed at understanding how to get management right, to figure out what is going to work and what's not going to work as circumstances change. We need the kind of fundamental experiments aimed at understanding, at fundamental scientific understanding of the system of the kind that Ted talked about yesterday, but we also need experiments in management and intervention to understand what's going to work and what's not going to work, and set it up in a way that we can continue learning adaptively and continue adapting our practices as time goes on and things continue to change. So this is going to require translational ecology, translational science involving researchers and practitioners, working closely together and co-designing these experimental arrays. And that's going to require all of us getting out of our comfort zones. It's going to require a considerable amount of nimbleness. It's going to require considerable courage. And I'll just leave you in closing with this thought and this image. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Steve. Really appreciate that amazing presentation. I know that a lot of us are pretty stimulated by some of the issues that you brought up. We're going to move on to the next presenter. I'd like to introduce Roger Kaye. He's with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and he is the Alaska Wilderness Coordinator. Roger, go ahead and share your screen. Where'd you go, Roger?
Okay, is that up?
Not yet. Oh, there you are. Not yet. So you haven't shared the screen yet.
Okay, let's see.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, you can see it?
All good.
Okay, well, thanks, Amanda, and welcome everyone to Nature in the Anthropocene. Well, I'm with the Fish and Wildlife Service Anthropocene Guiding Coalition, which was chartered to guide a transition of our agency culture towards an Anthropocene aware and ready future by encouraging adoption of new ways of thinking to meet the challenges of the unprecedented future that we face. Well, One new way of thinking that we consider relates to our venerable but increasingly problematic concepts of nature and naturalness, terms which I use rather interchangeably here, nature being a noun referring to some entity out there, and the natural either referring to that entity or being a descriptor of it. So let's switch mental gears for this program and consider nature. You know, its protection and its perpetuation has been the heart of conservation, and it's also been the heart of our conservation agency's missions since they were founded. And I have to say it has been, but in this emerging Anthropocene epoch, maintaining what's natural is no longer a viable goal, at least not as natural has been traditionally understood. Nature changes in response to changing conditions, and so must our conception of it. So anyway, first let's define the two key terms here. First natural, first Anthropocene and then natural. Well, the Anthropocene is this emerging era of Earth's history, wherein human activities are becoming a dominant, disturbing, and destabilizing force on the entire Earth system. So it's an epoch wherein our understanding of and our relationship to the world is changing dramatically. And I'll just say that the Anthropocene isn't just climate change, it's everything change. Now for natural, a synthesis of dictionary definitions shows natural to mean not shaped by or significantly affected by humans. However, if you prefer a more official agency, government, management focused definition, the U.S. Interagency Wilderness Character Monitoring Team has defined natural this way. Natural is, according to them, where ecological systems are substantially free from the effects of modern civilization, where the primary goal is to allow ecological systems to evolve and change freely without human influence. And so you might ask, as I have done, where on the planet will ecosystems be able to evolve without human influence? Well, this official interagency group can't provide any examples, but nevertheless, this continues to be an article of faith. But the fact is that even now in the early Anthropocene, where we are, there is no such place. Nowhere is free from our effects or unaffected by human influence. Our species is changing the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, the lithosphere, cryosphere, the biosphere, in fact, all spheres of Earth system function. From the ocean depths to the stratosphere, our footprint is everywhere. And let's see, our footprint is everywhere and it's accelerating. So skipping ahead here, it was The End of Nature. This was Bill McKibben's 1989 classic bestseller that first brought the nature-natural dilemma to fore. And this book didn't forecast the end of the world or anything like that. Rather, it warned of the end of, as it said, a certain set of ideas about the world and our place in it. An idea, a relationship, McKibben explained, can go extinct just like a plant or animal. And yeah, it's very true that many of our venerable mythopoetic notions of pristine nature, the as a creator made it nature, they're headed for extinction. Lost forever will be the natural area's causal continuity with the past, and with it, the opportunity for us to experience or just to imagine them as remnants free from the effects of civilization. So McKibben and many others since have argued that we must move beyond the dualistic vision of humans apart from nature as separate entities influencing each other. They've become inseparably intertwined, entangled in a now hybrid world. And that divide between what's natural and what's human, which is really grounded in 18th century Romanticism, is fast becoming a chaotic anachronism. There's just no longer any nature to be separate from, at least not on this planet. The fact is that in this post-natural world, nothing remains natural by traditional definitions. And we need to get beyond this binary mode of thinking. But, I need to pause here to identify, let's see. Well, I seem to have missed a slide here, but I want to pause to identify who the we being referred to is here and who it is not. Well, it is the we is most of us here whose worldview and whose assumptions and whose natural resource paradigm is largely based on this human nature dualism, which is largely an artifact of 18th century culture. So it's generally, let's see, I'm missing a slide here, sorry. It's just generally not shared by Alaska's Indigenous people. And that's why our Fish and Wildlife Service Artist in Residency program hired an artist to visually convey, which unfortunately I'm not able to bring up here, convey what residents of our refuges have been telling us, that they are an inherent part of nature. They're not separate from it. And thinking about this, I think that might be termed traditional ecological insight, which, you know, all of us shared at some point in the past. But anyway, it's this idea that they are part of nature, not separate from us. So the question is, how much of our land and wildlife management systems are inframed by what's called this dominant Western worldview? And second, it brings up this question that this notion there are other ways of understanding and relating to what we refer to as nature and what's natural. So let's see, I'm missing a few slides here, I'm sorry. Well, I've got a few slides missing, but what I wanted to do here is move on to the Arctic Refuge as a case study. You probably know that the Arctic Refuge is widely regarded as the nation's preeminent archetypal natural area, and popular writings have extolled the area's naturalness, and as well as you know, our information and education programs. But, and I'm just going to try one more time to find this slide here. Oh, okay. Well, that's the picture of Indigenous people. It seems to have gotten itself out of order. But moving on to the Arctic Refuge as a case study, as I mentioned, it's widely regarded as the exemplar of naturalness. And but the problem is its glaciers are melting away, its shorelines are eroding, coastal ice and polar bear habitat is diminishing, if not just plain disappearing. And then beyond this and the many other trends that we see today at Arctic, consider the projections from a meta-analysis of Arctic research. And that is that in the Arctic Refuge, the permafrost will continue thawing, probably at an accelerating rate. There'll be shifts in the range and composition of plant and animal communities, more shrub cover, a decline in wetlands and soil moisture. There'll be changes in the water temperature, chemistry, alkalinity, more fires, more intense fires, more invasives, probably pathogens, tree lines advancing, earlier breakup, later freeze up. Well, the list of changes goes off the page here and it's growing. And what I've had to accept is that if you believe in best science, this is the future of the Arctic Refuge. And so this preeminent natural area confronts us with some really disturbing questions, which were utterly unimaginable when I first looked upon this scene some 45 years ago. Questions like, how long will we be able to consider the Arctic Refuge as natural? So the question is, what should we do with this natural association? Well, more and more, we hear that this increasingly problematic concept of nature, maintaining what's natural, is just no longer viable as a conservation goal. So let it go, many people are saying. Replace maintaining naturalness with a paradigm like ecological integrity, or more commonly, biodiversity. And representative of these growing voices is author Timothy Morton, and that's no relation to John, he says, who argues that we must relinquish this idea of nature once and for all. Well, this might make sense from just a biological sciences perspective, but nature, what's natural, has never been an objective, ecological, or baseline condition. Unlike biodiversity, nature has perceptual, it has experiential and relational dimensions. And these are really prominent in the public's experience in their valuation of and their motivation for protecting landscapes. And there's a large body of research, including psychometric studies, that show that areas perceived as natural, let's see, well, somehow things got out of order here. I'm missing a few slides, so I'll go on without the slides. But these areas do, oh boy. These areas provide four things: basically aesthetic experience. Nature evokes a sense of beauty and tranquility, sublimity. Interacting with nature as perceived as areas that perceived as natural has been shown to enhance many aspects of personal well-being. Spiritually, nature can be a medium for seeing oneself from a larger perspective, connecting one to an ultimate value beyond the self. And then symbolically, the concept of nature, what's natural, has always carried meaning for how we should relate to the more than human world. And I'm trying to find this. So anyway, oh, here it is, it showed up. So these are these dimensions of naturalness, of nature as it's attributed. And so anyway, natural areas, they, as a symbol, they represent our willingness to exercise restraint and our respect for and deference to the part of the world that we didn't make and which we don't impose upon our will, but we leave self-willed. Now, I just want to say something about these dimensions. They can be experienced by both visitors and the many more who, through the media, find satisfaction, they find inspiration, even hope in just knowing that natural areas are there. And the degree to which one experiences any of these natural dimensions depends on some murky combination and interaction of genetic, biophilic predispositions, as well as learned cultural predispositions. And these determine the degree to which one's perceptual readiness to experience these qualities. But I will say that regardless of the degree to which our concept of the natural is archetypal with biophilic roots in our distant past, or just socially created, an artifact of culture, it evolved to meet human needs. And these are needs that continue and I'd argue are much greater today. So our Anthropocene group feels that we should keep maintaining naturalness as a conservation goal, but we need to redefine it. So it has to be functional, to be realistic and appropriate for the future we face. So our group set out on a long, iterative, and sometimes controversial process of developing such a definition. And it involved many folks, including some here, and from a number of disciplinary perspectives, from environmental historians to a number of speciesologists. So here are the criteria that we used. Oh boy. Here are the criteria that we used in developing the definition. First, it needed to be based on best science, and that's the models and predictions for 2050 and 2100, which are largely the target dates for our group. The definition needs to respond to this growing criticism that the goal of maintaining naturalness for the future is obsolete. Natural definition needs to recognize that naturalness is a subjective, perceptual, experiential, and relational quality. It's not an objective environmental or baseline condition. And finally, we needed a definition for the most likely future conditions and not for consistency with past and outdated agency definitions and descriptions. And this responds to the big problem that agency culture changes so much slowly than the Earth system is changing now. So finally, here's the definition that we've proposed for the Fish and Wildlife Service to incorporate into its revised wilderness and other policies. And that states that nature refers to areas or conditions that appear to be free from intentional human alterations, developments, mechanisms, noises, and other artifacts of civilization that remind or connect one to the modern world of civilization. And such areas are natural, regardless of the degree to which their composition and ecology have changed in response to global scale anthropogenic factors. And before I conclude here, I just want to call your attention to the word intentional, because so many have said that, all that's important is the environmental effect of human actions. The intent isn't relevant. Well, again, from a biological sciences point of view, that may be true, but intent is about how we relate to a landscape. And that's a very significant factor in how or to what degree people experience those dimensions. Now, for example, an action to build a structure, manipulate a habitat, or control predators is willful. And it's perceived by many as a disregard or even disrespect for the area's natural, autonomous, self-willed condition. While on the other hand, anthropogenic global warming may have a much greater effect on ecosystems, but it's not the result of human willfulness to change the area. It's not perceived as disregard or disrespect for what's called the natural order. So I know John's hoping that I'll place this in a RAD context, and I'll just say that the RAD is a great framework for addressing the naturalness question. In short, it fits into two RAD categories. First, we resist some types of changes as per the first sentence. And second, we accept global scale changes as per the second. So finally, I'll just say this definition was intended to proactively address the assertion that, and we hear it often now, well, because of global scale changes, the area isn't natural anymore anyway, so why not allow this or that alteration? So this is intended to both enable us to maintain naturalness as a conservation goal and to stimulate discussion, more consideration of how we need to rethink some of our long-standing assumptions, attitudes, and beliefs for the ever-changing future that we face. Amanda?
Thank you so much, Roger. As always, you give a very interesting and thought-provoking presentation, especially given that your background is in wilderness, and as the wilderness coordinator, those of us that know you and have worked with you have seen really how you went from thinking very strictly about wilderness to now embracing this Anthropocene idea. And it's always inspiring to hear from you, and thank you for sharing. Next up is Meda DeWitt. After Meda's presentation, we will have a 15-minute question and answer session. So please keep your question and answers coming in the Q&A box on the bottom of the Zoom. Meda is the Wilderness Society. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, Meda. I have a lot of information here for you. You're with the Wilderness Society as a specialist focusing on the Imago Initiative, which is the way forward through Indigenous traditional ecological knowledge and Western systems of knowledge, which is TEC, values, principles, practices, and teachings to heal systematic trauma inflicted on humanity and the planet. So that is a pretty amazing set of credentials to introduce you with, Meda. And with no further ado, I will turn it over to you. And Meda, I do want to apologize. When I first started off this morning, I went right into the logistics and everything, and I did not acknowledge that I am joining in from the occupied territory of the Chitimacha people in New Orleans, Louisiana. Please forgive me.
Goodness, sheesh, Amanda. I appreciate everybody, and this whole thing coming together has been very impressive, and the work that the steering committee has put in is manifesting in an amazing conference so far. Excuse me. I'd like to say thank you to Roger. And I had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of weeks ago. And so that was a pretty good segue actually into this presentation. I do want to let you know, Roger, though, that you are not muted, so we can hear you. Okay, so Dleka Klenach Meda DeWitt, Yukon Duasak, Tlingit Klenach, Tśa Tsée Naakw, Yukon Duasak, Naanyaa.aayí, Khaat.aadi, Kaach.aadi, Khaat.aadi, kłaat. My Tlingit name is Tśa Tsée Naakw and kłaat. My adopted Iñupiaq name is Tigiguluk, and my adopted Cree name is Boss Eagle Spirit Woman. And I have a lot of content in this PowerPoint. I will not read it to you verbatim, because this is actually a foundation of a Indigenous Studies doctoral program that I am in currently. So my background is I have a bachelor's in women's rites of passage, and I have a master's in Alaska Native Traditional Healing Program creation. So we're looking at tech and tech, right? Values, principles, practices, and teachings to be utilized to heal our shared trauma. And I will go through this and kind of discuss, like, what does that mean, right? But first, I like to ground us in place. So I'm calling in from Dena'ina, the traditional lands of the Eklutna people. My family comes from Southeast. And this is a great visual just to let those who are not in Alaska know, like how large we are. We're 20% of the land mass, and we have 6 distinct ecoregions with over 229 tribes, which is almost half of the federal tribes registered in the United States. Here's a language map. We have 11 different languages with over 22 different dialectical differences. And we have 2 main language groups. And these different groups actually have different migration stories, which thankfully anthropology is starting to catch up. And fun enough, they invited me to come speak to them next week. So it's interesting how sciences are advancing to recognize our traditional stories as really accounting for our migrations. Just a timeline to also center our thinking on the amount of times that we speak. Many of us think in terms of hundreds of years, and that's probably because Alaska, we had the Russians come over in 1740s. The purchase of Alaska, which it wasn't a fee simple title purchase, it was a right to occupy purchase from Russia to Americas, didn't happen until 1876. We have things like ANCSA that didn't happen until 1971. And when we're talking about this transition and cultural experience of assimilation, this has all happened very recently in time. If you look down here, we have the Bering Straits theory. That was 12,000 to 10,000 years ago. We have other information that tells us that the certain groups were here before then. And if you look, we have this little line, right? This little red strip. And this is actually the colonization of Americas. And that's the yellow one is 500 years. And then the red one is Alaska. So I talk about systemic trauma and people might say, what? Where do you get that from? But it is really actually rooted in a process that happened and was very intentional. So this is a Papist bull by Pope Nicholas V. And basically it says, we grant you by these present documents with our apostolic authority, full and free permission to invade, search out, capture, subjugate the pagans and other non-believers and enemies wherever they may be, and reduce them to perpetual servitude. Now, these documents also help to create other documents, and it really centers that otherness. So this is what broke apart in the Americas, that understanding of being one whole system into subjugation of nature and indigenous people, right? Because it talks about overthrowing the barbarous nations. And it even says, with every effort and zeal and diligence, without regard to hardships, expenses, dangers with the shedding of even your own blood, and laboring to that end. And basically, they were given full pardon for any actions that they went through to bring the indigenous inhabitants into either labor or to eradicate them from spaces. Now, you might say this was a really long time ago. It doesn't exist anymore, but that's not actually true. It's the foundational documents that were used in Indian law in court cases that were through the Supreme Court in the 1800s that then were the basis for the Teton versus Alaska land claims, which was a basis for ANCSA and ANILCA and et cetera, right? So this still exists in our space. And even though it's not the direct colonization that we may have seen before, the law and policy still creates this separation of indigenous peoples from the land, which is it's still in effect, right? That's not a healthy thing. So climate change started at contact, as Wilson Justin says. Colonization was the initiation of an imbalanced relationship with the environment. And colonization really created a framework for extensive extractive activities based on outcomes devoid of ethics, morals, or values. So fast forwarding, right? 150, 200 years, 500 years, we look at the science of climate change, which, as Rogers just went through the Anthropocene, we know that a lot of it has to do with our human activity and our fossil fuel consumption. So we look at the state of Alaska, and nearly 90% of our communities are located on the coast, and 86% of them are going to have to move due to storm surges and flooding and erosion. So relocation in itself is incredibly stressful and related to psychosocial distress. So decolonizing our collective programming, this is the conversation. And I know that some of this is really difficult to hear, but the history and what happened is a difficult subject. And so if you find yourself being triggered, I want you to take a moment and breathe. And know that this is not to separate us. This is actually meant to bring us closer together, and you'll see why. So traditional ecological knowledge and Western technology at this point are needed to, and the values, principles, practices, and teachings to heal our shared trauma inflicted on humanity and the planet in a way that elevates combined health status and supports our collective transformation. Right, so our crisis extinction, so the Western extractive model created a colonial version of interaction or extraction for purpose of power and profit, achieved by separating humans and nature, perpetuating a conquest relationship, right? So that's this model that we're in now, and we're needing to transform into the evolved sense of bringing Western and Indigenous together and bring us back into balance, where nature and humanity is intersection, is a reciprocity based on Indigenous economics, traditional ecological knowledge, creating a symbiotic relationship with health, wellness, and abundance as an output that benefits both humans and our natural relatives. So to colonize, a person or group themselves have to experience trauma of disconnection to natural states of being. Colonization and assimilation is a process of disassociation from our natural human state or being a real human being. And looking into, Rome and the Romans and conquest, really what was done was they used the soldier's heart. They used their love and emotion against them to weaponize them, to go out and conquest, right? To bring back resources as a way to protect the family. So that gives them purpose, right? So that colonization is a process of systemic trauma applied in an intentional manner that becomes a norm or a cultural standard. Oh, sorry, I froze for a second. So when we're looking at stress classified as trauma, there's two different kinds. So trauma is a stressor that is that you're not able to mitigate or cope with and find a way through it. And it can either be applied as an intense stressor, or it can be a stressor over a duration of time. And both of those can be cataloged as a trauma. The effects of trauma, it can be both intergenerationally transmitted, it can be epigenetics. And what we're looking at though here is a psychological trauma, right? That destroys social systems and requiring a process of recovery. I saw you, Amanda. So looking at healing and recovery, right? That's the whole point. So Alaska Native culture keeps Alaska Native children safe. We know that these are protective factors. So looking at climate grief and solastalgia, they found that action feels better than anxiety. However, that's fleeting. And so we have to actually look at core protective systems increasing people's capabilities, attachment and belonging, and community, culture, and spirituality. So we have to address climate change as a public health issue and go through the stages of recovery: safety, stabilization, remembrance and mourning, reconnection, and integration. And we can look at our traditional migration stories as a framework of how to move through this. And adaptation is what we're looking for, right? As a group and as a community. So domination of nature is an illusion. We have to work on ourselves to become real human beings or good relatives. Our survival depends on it. Evolution of our species is to bring best practices that worked for us in the past forward to work for us in the current tense. I'm going to skip some of these. So sharing is a core aspect of culture, social connectivity, being in service, and requires a healthy, thriving ecosystem. And we have to change our internal programming to shift our collective programming and intentionally change our internal and external narratives, right? Changing our locus of control. Is it something that we are just fated to go extinct and to suffer, or do we have the ability to change ourselves, right? So transformation traditionally was marked by a rites of passage, and it used to be that we would migrate physically. However, there's nowhere to go. So our transformation has to be a collective internal journey to change. And looking at culture is intentional and unintentional. So we have control over the intentional spaces to work together to create our narrative, right? And I'm going to skip to this. The recipe is main takeaways. We're evolving as a species. We can direct this evolution, and we can survive and even thrive. The same behaviors that got us into the problem will not be sufficient to get us out of the problem. So being a good relative means being a real human being. And in our traditional stories, it's internal discipline and mastery of self, connecting to land through interconnected stewardship, and connection to community through caring for each other. And that sounds simple, but it really is about radical responsibility. And how can we be responsible for ourselves, and the way that we move through the world will then help to translate into other people being able to work through their issues and emotions and self as we're modeling and creating these support networks. So we're in the midst of an epic migration story. We're not going backwards. We have to move forward with courage and wisdom. And we are the legendary ancestors. If you ever needed the Hollywood moment of to be the hero, now is the time. Goodness, sheesh.
Thank you so much, Meda, for that very fascinating approach and different way of thinking. It's amazing to have all these different viewpoints and diversity of just ways of viewing the world, and recognizing that there isn't just one world view, that there are many, and that we can benefit from incorporating all of those. We are going to transition into a 15-minute question and answer time. So again, please enter your questions into the Q&A, the little box at the end of at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And I'm going to read a couple of questions. I know that some folks have been responding to questions already via online, or just within the chat box, but I think it's worth bringing them up so that we can address them as a group and talk about them out loud. One thing from Jimmy Fox, who's the manager at Yukon Flats National Wildlife Refuge, he says, as a manager, so this would be for Steve, as a manager, do you conduct relentless experimentation in the absence of funding and capacity to do so scientifically?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because it's, to do those kinds of experiments, it requires resources, and which, of course, are almost always limiting at individual management units and agencies. And it also requires a longer term commitment or at least some kind of a program for perpetuation to make sure that as staff turnover, as political regimes change, as agency administrations change, that those get continued. So it's a really, really big challenge. There are efforts of that kind underway. Typically, the ones I'm aware of are primarily at individual management units where you have a courageous director or superintendent and some visionary people on the staff and some scientists to help push it forward, and to get the resources allocated for that. I think for now that's probably where it stands. I think that it can be done more effectively through partnerships among agencies, where people in neighboring agencies or other NGOs or private holders may be able to partner and do that. That can also leverage the fact that you can do things on Forest Service lands that you can't do in a national park, and there are things that you can do on private lands that you can't do in either. So that opens up the array of potential experimental treatments. But again, that's going to require a lot of dialogue, and it's going to require mechanisms for maintaining these kinds of programs through, for years and decades.
Great, thanks, Steve. One of the comments in the chat in response to that, John Morton said, "I suggest we need new partners and partnerships in the absence of solid agency funding." That's something that we heard yesterday too, when we were talking about the walrus rafts, or maybe that was day one. The days are all blending together for me now. But rather than saying it, an agency like the Fish and Wildlife Service should fund building rafts, floating rafts for walruses, maybe it's a crowdfunding project that the Fish and Wildlife Service just issues a permit for. So I think what I'm hearing from you all is that we need to be creative and look for different avenues of funding some of these experiments rather than relying on the typical agency workflow, which we all know is the budgets are declining and the work is piling up. John, did you want to follow up with that? I could read your body language. You're leaning in. All right. Ted sure has a question for Roger Kaye. He was referring to your new definition of natural that you shared towards the end of your presentation. He says this new definition of natural still upholds the separation of people, but you outlined the problems of that. So how do we reconcile the two?
Well, gee, that's a good question. I would just say that it's been a long journey trying to find a better, more appropriate definition of natural. It certainly isn't perfect. The problem is this idea of naturalness, they're just filled with apparent inconsistencies, ambiguities, gray areas. And there's really no good way to do that. There is a separation in terms of intent, and that's what it's based on, not on effect. So while the intent of some things is to manipulate, change, alter nature, other things like climate change do not have that intent. And that's really based on studies that show the qualities of the landscape that are perceived when people report experiencing these different dimensions of nature. So I would just say a all-inclusive definition of nature that most everybody agrees with is impossible. That's my experience. Everybody has strong feelings about it, and there will never be a definition that I can imagine that will, I guess, solve that apparent inconsistency and be satisfactory to everybody. The idea is it's a lot better than the understanding of nature that our agencies have been using.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. It's definitely a work in progress, is what I hear you saying. Ted has a question for Steve. You talked about different kinds of timeframes as references or background. There's also the idea of 7 generations. What is a good or best timeframe, both forward and back, in order to ground our thinking?
Ooh, that's a good one. I would say going backward, the last few thousand years are really valuable just to understand how our current ecosystems came to be, why they are the way that we find them now. And of course, things that happened very recently in the last few years or decades have, past couple of centuries have had a bigger imprint than things that might have happened 1,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. But many of our modern ecosystems still have legacies of the past going much further back, both climate forcing in cases, and in many cases indigenous practices and management. So I think going back several thousand years, or at least back to the last glacial maximum, gives us a good picture of the kinds of things that happen through time and context for understanding how systems got to where they are now. Going forward, I think, again, we need to be looking across a wide range of timescales. And I think that's one of the really challenging conversations to have. It's challenging intellectually because it involves multiple timescales spanning a couple of orders of magnitude, and it's going to require much more than just intellectually, emotionally, and just again thinking about what kind of legacy do we want to be leaving. So we definitely need to be focusing on the short term and immediate and tangible goals, but at the same time be doing that and thinking forward about the consequences of what we do now for someone who's going to be in our positions in 25, 50, 100, or even 500 years, because the legacies are going to be persistent. There are things that decisions we make now will have consequences going out centuries.
Great, thanks, Steve. Meda, you are getting a lot of props in the chat. There's been a lot of back and forth, people sharing their appreciation for what you brought to the table. I think it's a breath of fresh air for a lot of we're used to the scientific talks, but what you brought is altogether different and very much appreciated.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, everybody. And funny enough, it is science. It's just human science, which is a little bit more iffy sometimes, right?
You're exactly right. Yes, I do apologize. The natural and physical sciences is what we're used to, and as someone who finds, even in my own career, I'm not a social scientist, but I find almost all of my work is in tandem with social scientists these days, and I think there's something that I've always tried to do is to not to downplay social science, and I just did it. So I do apologize for that. But the point stands is that there's a lot of not necessarily questions in the chat, but just appreciation.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. And I just want to say to everybody, I do appreciate the chat and everybody's comments that are both visible and also private. Some of these narratives I have not presented on publicly before. I teach them in classes, or they're part of the work that I do with other traditional healers and people working in community wellness. And so I'm very thankful for the response.
Yeah, that's great. I have a quick question for you, Meda, before we go back to the other questions in the chat. So I teach at a small liberal arts school in Northern Arizona online. I teach understanding climate change and energy and the environment. And for the last 2 summers for our professional development, our faculty professional development training, we have taken training on decolonizing the syllabus. And I'm wondering what your presentation brought up some of that background that I've been given, and I feel so lucky to have been able to take part in those discussions and have that new awareness. But are you seeing anything like that in Alaska within the agencies or within even the school systems where people are talking about how do we decolonize what are, because we have our systems, and our systems direct the way that we do business, and our systems are built on colonization and other practices.
Yes, well, there's great movements in the state in pockets, and I would say that there is movement and there is change. When you look at Alaska, historically, our experience with Russia and America is much more recent. And so the pivot that we are doing to rebound from that colonization and to heal and move forward, in 1972, Molly Hooch went to the Supreme Court so that she didn't have to, children didn't have to go to boarding schools anymore, taken away physically from their family. 1978 was the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So our religious beliefs and activities were illegal before 1978. So this rapid transition, we have our compacting of our health services in 1997. And so it's happening very quickly. We have a lot of people who are working together. And I think that it's different because Alaska, we don't have reservations. Our communities are integrated. We only have one reserve, which is Metlakatla. Otherwise, the things that we do on a tribal level and community level actually benefit all of the Alaskans that live in these spaces. In many of our communities, the Indian Health Service, ANTHC or regional corporation health clinics serve the entire population and may be the only clinic in the community. So this isn't something that is a lofty goal. We've already been demonstrating how our cultural values benefit the entire population in the state.
Thank you so much, Meda. Jared Laufenberg in the Q&A is bringing us back to the earlier conversation about how we define nature. He says a serious challenge faced by any definition of natural is that it tends to imply a binary classification of areas or conditions where the alternative state is unnatural. Our use, impact, and views of different lands more likely fall on a gradient, which suggests the binary classification may not work well when considering the complex decisions related to land use planning. Perhaps it would be better to consider natural as being towards one end of the spectrum of different values for land use.
Yeah, is that a question?
No, not really.
Okay.
If it stimulates discussion, then go for it. And if not, then we'll move on. But I think that there is a lot of truth to that we might need to, maybe it isn't binary, natural or unnatural, and that the gradient approach, that makes sense to me.
Well, I'll say it has been, and that has been the traditional approach of our agencies. But what I'd like to do is discuss a related thing that I see at least two chats refer to, the question of whether climate change is intentional. And I'll say the cause of climate change is intentional. It's not. It's clearly not. Nobody causes greenhouse gases with the intent of changing the climate. It's bad, terrible consequence for sure, but it's not human intent, and people don't perceive ecological changes caused by such things the same way as they do with, say, a building, a development, a manipulation of an environment, and so on.
Yeah, thank you for that, Roger. I think that's it's an interesting point, right? Is intentionality, and I think everyone has a good point there. Even if it's not directly intentional, we as a society know what's happening and continue not to stop it. We have we're up at the limit of our question and answer session, and I'm going to just leave you by reading Jimmy Fox's post in the Q&A. He mentions that a paper by Kaparis et al. Found that due to climate change by the year 2030, crop year failures are projected to be 4.5 times higher. By 2050, the likelihood shoots up 25 times that of current rates. And by mid-century, the world could be facing a rice or wheat failure every other year, with the probability of soybean and maize failures even higher. He puts this into context of being a good ancestor, and how can we be good ancestors if we're not making that the priority number one, to do everything we can to minimize carbon emissions and maximize sequestration from lands. Thank you for that thought, Jimmy, and for that reference. I actually haven't seen that paper, so I'll have to check that out. Okay, well, we really appreciate the morning speakers. It was really a fascinating panel so far, and we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more in the next block of presentation. So it's a little bit longer, a few more speakers than we had in the morning. Then we will have another 15-minute question and answer session before then having our facilitated panel discussion like we have had in the first 2 days of this workshop. Right, so I would like to queue up Dr. Jill Johnstone. She's a plant ecologist based in Whitehorse, Yukon, with affiliations with the University of Alaska Fairbanks and the University of Saskatchewan.
Great. Can you see this, my slide?
You're good to go. Thanks, Jill.
Okay. So my name's Jill Johnstone, and I am a plant ecologist, and I'm a research affiliate at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks, but I live in Whitehorse, Yukon, on the lands of the Ta'an, Quechan, and Kwalindun people, and I have an affiliation there with the Yukon College. So I'm going to be talking to you today about biogeography and time lags, which are concepts that were introduced already this morning, and with respect to ecological responses to environmental change. And I'm just going to bring us into a case study of lodgepole pine and its potential to expand into interior Alaska. So I'll start with just a broad overview here about Holocene tree migration. This graphic shows time from just the beginning of the Holocene on the left-hand side, moving through to present day. And we have maps of pollen intensity for pine on the top row, spruce, birch, and then prairie. And these graphs just give a simple visual indication that deglaciation of northwestern North America led to really rapid forest recovery and expansion into deglaciated terrain. But that rapid response was really from tree species that were locally present. So you see this rapid expansion of spruce and birch, but species like jack pine and lodgepole pine lagged behind those tree species. And that is simply because a whole bunch of additional processes are involved in migration. There's dispersal, establishing populations that can then provide reproductive propagules for further dispersal. The other part of biogeographic time lags for responding to environmental change is that the changes in the communities themselves then feed back to affect other ecosystem processes like nutrient cycling or community composition, and those may help stabilize or create favorable conditions for further expansion of the species. So there's some internal feedbacks that are occurring. It's not just a question of arriving and spreading. When we look closer in at lodgepole pine, this is a map from the 1960s showing the distribution of Pinus banksiana, which is jack pine, in the central and eastern Canada, and then Pinus contorta in the red. And I'm going to be talking about the Pinus contorta, the lodgepole pine, and we're going to start in here in the Yukon, where it is most recently spread during the Holocene migrations. So some key background about lodgepole pine. It is a native species to Western Canada. I'm going to be talking about the interior version, which is Pinus contorta var. latifolia. Shore pine is present on the coast of Alaska and is contiguous with British Columbia populations. But here we're going to be discussing the boreal species or boreal subspecies. This subspecies has migrated from its locations around the northern US-Canada border about 12,000 years before present into the Yukon Territory around 2,000 to 4,000 years before present. It depends on where you look. It's a species that can act as an alternative dominant conifer to the ones already currently present in interior Alaska. It mixes with both white spruce and black spruce, and it often occurs together with trembling aspen. The species is a fire-adapted tree, so it has these sealed serotinous cones that hold on to seeds over multiple years, and then when a burn comes through, they get heated and they dry out and they release abundant seeds for colonizing after fire. It's also a shade intolerant species, means it's well adapted to growing as a pioneer in disturbed sites, and that rapid growth and early sexual maturity really helps favor its ability to then recover after disturbance. So here's a picture of a pollen stratigraphy from a lake in the Yukon Territory. And what we're looking at is pollen densities from sediment cores that are increased from the surface of the lake with depth. And that's analogous to depth in time. So we start with the oldest dates at the bottom part of the graph, and we move forward in time to recent times at the upper part. And each column here represents pollen densities for several different tree groups. We've got the spruces here, both black and white spruce, pine, and then birch, as well as alder and willow, and then some other non-tree species. And the really interesting thing here is that these authors, this is Mary Edwards from the UK, and she's got these little dots here, and those are actually macrofossils of the guard cells that are on plant leaves that form the stomata for gas exchange on the leaf surface. And they're distinctive among species. And because they don't distribute long distances like pollen, they're a really good indication of local populations. And so what we see is we start out from about 10,000 to 6,000 years. We've got abundant spruce pollen and abundant birch, but there's no pine present and there's no pine stomata. When we move forward in time, the pine stomata start to appear, and we have traces of pollen. And this, the authors interpret this as evidence of individual founder populations that are not dominant on the landscape, but they're locally present. And that situation lasts for about 3,000 years around this lake. And then we have a sudden rapid expansion of pine, and there appears to be displacement of spruce by the pine. So we get a concurrent change in the forest community. So we have a period of where the species is absent, then present in low abundance, and followed by a rapid expansion to high abundance that's then sustained for the next 3,000 years. So what's going on with this slow expansion? Well, there's two hypotheses as to why this might be occurring. One is that there's poor adaptation of local populations because they have low genetic diversity. Often it's just one or a couple individuals that disperse to a site. And so they may not be well adapted to the conditions at that site, and expansion requires some additional gene flow into that population. This is called the 'aayí effect. It's also possible that the habitat itself may resist invasion of the species and restrict its expansion until disturbance conditions are just right to allow rapid spread. And here I'm showing you two pictures of pine planted in Alaska. The left one is a little seedling. It's the same age as the right one, but it was planted into intact vegetation. near tree line, and it's barely holding on despite having a really good start to its life, as opposed to this other individual that was planted after a burn and it is thriving. So the conditions of having a disturbance that coincides with a seed arriving and being able to establish, plus local adaptation, is likely to lead to this slow migration lag, even when climate conditions might be suitable. When we look at pine in interior Alaska, here's a picture of me standing next to a transplanted lodgepole pine at the Bonanza Creek long-term ecological research study site. And we planted a bunch of lodgepole pine seed from the Yukon in the 2004 burns in interior Alaska. We've since removed them, but this was an experiment to see how well pine could establish in these natural communities. We found that it indeed establishes very well, and there's very rapid growth and high performance at many sites. Some sites, the cold, wet, permafrost underlain sites, are not great places for pine, but there's a lot of places in the interior where pine can do very well, and in fact outgrow, as you see in this picture, some of its neighboring birch seedlings. So this study gives us a clear indication that there are large areas of suitable habitat for pine in Alaska, which is very consistent with forest provenance trials started by people like John Alden that have shown that pine plantations can also do very well. We know from previous work, gotcha, Amanda, that pine is currently expanding along its range limits in the Yukon. And so, although it's not present in interior Alaska now, or not naturally present, it's simply a matter of time before it gets here. Now, that might be time on the scale of millennia, but still, it's on its way. So we might consider whether an adaptive response to climate change might be to assist pine migration into interior Alaska. Well, why would we do that? There's a number of possible reasons. It's a very productive timber species. It's a cornerstone of timber production sorry, my phone rang. It's very productive timber species in British Columbia. It is drought tolerant. It can grow on dry sites and under drier conditions than some of our native boreal tree species in Alaska. It's adapted to fire, which we expect to be increasing concurrently with climate change. And its presence, given that we only have 5 to 6 tree species in the interior that are capable of dominating forest sites, it may, adding one more species, diversifies resistance to forest pests like spruce budworm or spruce bark beetle. In addition, it's already co-adapted with many North American boreal species. For example, it's compatible with providing winter habitat for boreal caribou. There are risks, of course. So bringing in a pine may host new pathogens, such as the pine blister rust. It will bring new symbionts, such as the slippery jack mushrooms that are an important forage species in other parts of the boreal forest, and it may bring its own pests like the pine bark beetle. It also will compete with native species. This photo is from the boreal forest in Canada, where pine is the dominant tree on the landscape that would otherwise probably be dominated by white or black spruce. It will also probably have its own impacts on ecosystem processes. It may increase the transmission of fire on the landscape, particularly where it replaces trembling aspen, which is less conducive to fire. And it also has local effects. Litter affects the growth of mosses and may favor lichens over mosses. So things will change if we bring lodgepole pine in. When we think about the resist, accept, direct paradigm in the context of forest change, here's a picture of some modeling output and from Amanda Foster. And the brown bits indicate drying and reduced forest productivity predicted by models for interior Alaska. So we can expect declining forest productivity, drought, insects, fire. We're not going to be able to resist this except at very local scales. We can accept changing forest composition, productivity, the habitat for wildlife, or we can direct to increase diversity and adaptation to expected climate and disturbance. So I will leave you with this question. Should lodgepole pine, or maybe even other non-native tree species, be part of Alaska's adaptation plan? And that's it.
Great, thank you so much, Jill.
You're welcome.
Fascinating presentation.
Okay, I'll stop my share if I can. Oh, you
Right.
got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Next up on deck, we have Abe Miller-Rushing, the science coordinator at Acadia National Park.
Is that looking okay?
Looks great, thank you.
Great. So yes, my name is Abe Miller-Rushing, and I'm speaking to you from Acadia National Park, which is on the homelands of the Wabanaki people, or the people of the Dawn. And I'm going to be talking about kind of on the ground work, how we're thinking about managing transition here in Acadia, and it represents work of a lot of people, as you can see, and not all of the people involved are named here. But just to situate you, Acadia is so on the other side of North America from you guys. So on the coast of Maine and at the southern edge of the boreal forest. And so it's dominated by red spruce. And you can see here on the map that there is boreal forest to our south, but it's mainly confined to alpine or kind of montane areas. So we're right near the southern edge. And we have a need to restore some degraded areas that are degraded because of one, high visitation to our summits. Our summits are small, but they're barren and they have a kind of fragile subalpine type vegetation community. And then we're also working on restoring areas that have been invaded. So where we're removing invasive species like glossy buckthorn here. And so as we're doing these restorations, we have to be mindful about what do we want to restore to, thinking about future conditions. And so thinking about that, it's good to think about where our forests going. So these are the 10 most common tree species in Acadia, and the percentages there, kind of the percentage of stems. So most, red spruce is far and away the most common tree. So 4 out of every 10 trees in Acadia are red spruce. And by 2100, so in the next 80 years or so, we expect that 9 out of these 10 most common tree species are going to decline, which is the red downward arrows, or decline in abundance, or disappear entirely, which is the X's, based on habitat availability over that time. And so only one species, the northern red oak, do we expect to persist in abundance as is. And so this tells us that our forests are we expect a lot of change over the next 80 years. And we already see some of this change happening over the 106-year history of Acadia being on the landscape. We've lost a lot of our native plants, and we've gained a lot of non-native species in the park. So this changes in our flora are already happening. And these changes can also happen really quickly. About 7 years ago, we identified red pine scale, which is an invasive insect that's native to East Asia, primarily Japan. We identified it here, and 3 years after we had identified it, basically all of the red pine in Acadia were dead. And so we lost an entire species very quickly. And so these changes, we expect these changes to happen, and they're not going to necessarily happen slowly. So some of these species changes will happen very quickly. And so they're under normal circumstances, if you can think of global change and climate change as being normal ever, we would expect the southern tree species to shift northward and to replace our species in the park as they disappear or shift northward. But that's not happening, and for some of the reasons that previous speakers have mentioned, because climate is changing faster than these species can shift their ranges. Acorns aren't, they're not going to get very far from the tree. So they're and plus we put lots of obstacles in their way, roads, development, farms, and whatnot. At least in our neck of the woods, those are very big obstacles to shifts in species ranges. And so what we think what would happen if we take a hands-off kind of accept approach, we can see from parks to our south. And so this is a time series of photos I'm going to show you from forest health monitoring plots at Morristown National Historic Site, which is in northern New Jersey, but it's typical of observations in other national park units elsewhere in New England and the Mid-Atlantic. But this is the native trees. These are native trees here, but the understory is Japanese barberry here, which is coming in. And so these invasive shrubs are a big problem in New England. This is 2009, and then 4 years later, you can see just continued encroachment of the invasive shrubs. And then 4 years later on in 2017, the understory is completely choked out, and there's no longer any regeneration of the native canopy trees. And so we're seeing a transition from a native kind of oak hickory forest to a non-native shrubland ecosystem. And so just a fundamental shift that we're seeing. And we would likely see this here in Acadia if we take a hands-off approach. And so we're recognizing that management is really urgent here, that accepting this shift to an invasive shrubland is not tenable. We don't consider, I think we've made management decision here that that's not keeping with the mission of the Park Service to keep the landscape, the resources unimpaired. And the restoration projects going on in the park right now that I mentioned at the beginning offer opportunities to test questions and approaches for how to manage these transitions. And we really need to direct more of our science at these issues to how to manage change actively. And so to put this in the RAD context, we have our current conditions of the boreal forest. Then in the near future, we expect die-off of some of our trees. So the red spruce, for example, which is 4 out of every 10 of the trees in the park, is not drought tolerant. And so as we have these drier periods in summer, especially if we get a pest outbreak at the same time, it could easily lead to a mass mortality event, like we saw with the red pine. In some cases, we can resist, like on the top of the right here, and try to maintain pockets of the spruce fir boreal forest, but that's likely only a short-term option. In some cases, we can accept, although we think that in many cases that'll lead to an invasive shrubland, which we're not excited about. And so that means direct is one of the options we need to really seriously consider, and assisting the migration of forests from the south to get here and to have healthy native forests, which is a challenge. So we're really trying to direct a lot of science to help us figure out how we might do that. And so one of the first things we're doing is doing science to understand managed relocation. So how would we actually help move species from the south up into Acadia? And so what we're doing, the first thing we're doing is work. This is led by Nick Fisichella at the Scudic Institute. They help us run the Research Learning Center here in Acadia. And they set up these raised test beds, which you can see, and they planted species from the south, a variety of species, alongside several of our native species in these test beds. Some of them in raised beds, some of them just on the ground in our forests. But to see how they perform, which species would survive, which species would not survive, which species did too well and appeared to exhibit invasive tendencies. And we had one of those species. in these raised test beds. And then they created these test beds not only in Acadia, but also on the college campuses across Maine to see how they would perform. And we also had a parallel experiment looking at how our seed herbivores, so seed predators like our small mammals, which of the species to the south did they prefer to eat? Which ones did they cache their seeds so they might actually promote germination and dispersal? And which ones did they consume on the spot so they might actually prevent regeneration of those species if they got here? So we're doing those kinds of experiments. We're also doing studies to look at, 5 minutes, great. We're also doing experiments to look at climate change refugia, so the areas of the park that are likely to change, where the climate conditions are likely to change most slowly. And so here you see a map of climate change refugia for three-tooth cinquefoil, which is a glacial remnant plant species in the park. And you can see that our climate change refugia are largely on offshore islands and coastal areas and on some of our mountain summits in the park. And so these might be areas that we protect and try to prevent some types of change from happening. And we have 3 major restoration sites in different ecosystem types that we're focusing our experiments that I think folks have talked about earlier about us needing to do these kinds of experiments. So one is in Great Meadow, our largest freshwater wetland complex in the park, on our montane summits, on 3 of our summits, and also in Bass Harbor Marsh, which is our largest salt marsh in the park and in the area around the park. And so in these areas, what we're doing is we're taking an experimental approach to restoring these areas and testing not only the basics of how to do forward-thinking restoration in terms of on the summits, for example, soil additions and whatnot, but what species mixes work well, and also how we manage people. And so these become really good opportunities for us to test these out, and we're just getting going on them. And then another really important part of this is to communicate our case and our approach, to be really transparent about what we're thinking and why we're doing this. And first, this was a lot internal. So of course, our park leadership, our superintendent, deputy superintendent, and others, we needed to be transparent about what we were thinking, why we were thinking we might need to direct change in some circumstances. And so we had a series of presentations to the leadership. And in fact, we invited in some local community members and the press into these meetings because this is not how most people think the Park Service ought to be, or historically has acted. Historically we've acted to preserve past conditions. And so now we're thinking about how we need to be managing for future conditions. And in some cases, maybe actively relocating species. And then we've continued to keep that communication going. And so sometimes this has involved the national press, like the New York Times. Sometimes it's involved publications with our local partners, like Friends of Acadia and the Scootic Institute, aimed at our visitor community. We've also given talks at our local libraries and other institutions, other local communities, to just keep this conversation going and keep their input into the process as well. Because there's a lot of value judgments with what are our desired future conditions. And the last thing I'll mention is that we're also supporting early career researchers, because this really needs to be a focus of a lot of our science moving forward. How do we manage change? How do we understand, how do we test these techniques that we might use for directing change? And so we have a fellowship program here that we call Second Century Stewardship, partnership with a number of organizations like the Scootic Institute and the National Park Foundation. But we're bringing in researchers explicitly to help us do and to try to bring a cadre of researchers, hopefully that stay around and do long-term work to help us think through these issues and get some, and really do critical work to inform our decision-making. And that's it. And I'll look forward to the discussion later on. Thanks.
Great, thanks so much, Abe. That is a really good example of work that's not just hypothetical, but it's being done on the ground. Really appreciate that perspective that you brought. Next up, we have Scott McFarland, the Field Program Lead with National Park Service, Nature Sounds and Night Skies Division.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yep, sounds good. And we see your slide.
Great. Yeah, so I'm going to leave my video off. I'm having a few network issues this morning, but hopefully I can turn it on a little later. Yeah, I'm Scott McFarland. I'm currently the Field Program Lead with the Natural Sounds and Night Skies Division and was formerly the Chief of Resource Management at Bandelier National Monument. Bandelier National Monument is located in northern New Mexico, and it's the ancestral domain of the Puebloan people. Bandelier was occupied for 10,000 plus years continuously, and it's still an actively used landscape by the direct descendants that make Bandelier famous. So Bandelier is a pretty old monument. It was established in 1916, located in northern New Mexico in the Jemez Mountains. It's about 34,000 acres. Most of the park is actually designated wilderness, which is a unique extra layer of challenge for a land management agency. And just a little background on fire in the Jemez Mountains. So giant wildfires are nothing new in Western landscapes. We have documented back-to-back fires that have occurred in the Jemez Mountains where the entire landscape burned. But these were always low intensity fires. And unfortunately, due to previous, kind of land management history, there has been some really rapid changes that have occurred over the last century and a half. So the first was grazing that happened in the late 1800s, eliminated all the fine fuels, which then, of course, led to stopping wildfires from being able to consume all those small fuels, which grew over time and led to fire suppression being kind of the standard amongst land management agencies for about a century, until we started to realize we couldn't suppress every single fire. And eventually we were unable to fight these mega fires. And at Bandelier, there's a long history of it, but the kind of the most famous one and most recent was the Las Conchas fire, which burned over 60% of the monument and about 140,000 acres. And it was a type converting fire. So it was extremely hot, moved really fast, and basically converted the landscape of Bandelier from a mixed conifer or ponderosa forest to a shrubland or a grassland. That, of course, led to some massive flooding due to hydrophobic soil and a number of issues there. This is a photo of Frijoles Creek, which normally flows at about 1 to 2 CFS and flowed at 9,000 CFS during this flood event. So I want to talk about some of the work we started to do at Bandelier when I arrived there about, I guess it was 4.5 years ago or so. I was at Bandelier for 3 years. After Las Conchas, there was very little restoration work done at the park. It was kind of a hands-off typical response. But when I showed up, I started to dive into some of the research, and it looked like more and more we had a closing window during which we could potentially get some restoration work done. We weren't seeing any natural regeneration of the forest. Even if we had, it would have taken a millennia for it to fill back in the footprint of the Las Conchas burn scar. So pretty huge disturbance event. It's a human-caused fire that ripped through the landscape due to human-caused events, including prolonged drought and climate change and fuels buildup and grazing, all these past management I guess, history that was layered on the landscape came to a head in the Las Conchas fire. We also had some really good reports from the National Park Service climate change folks showing that we are going to see a continuous shift. What's cool about Bandelier is that it traverses this elevation gradient from 5,000 feet down on the Rio Grande, all the way up to over 10,000 feet in the very northwest part of the park. And essentially you get to watch species migrate north or fail to migrate in time and die off. So it started in the 1950s. There used to be ponderosas all the way down on the southern mesas. Those all died off. In 2006, we saw all the pinon on the mesa tops die. While I was there, we started to watch juniper die. And then we had layered on top of that the Las Conchas fire. So we knew that it was getting hotter, it was getting drier, and it was likely to only get worse in the future. And that meant that if we wanted to have any sort of trees on the landscape for future enjoyment, that we needed to take some action sooner rather than later. The other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is just that as a land manager, you will never have all the information that you need to make a decision. There's risk involved in every decision that you make, and you have to be comfortable accepting some of that risk and that you don't know what's going to happen with a long-lived species. You don't know what this landscape is going to look like 200, 500 years from now. You might have a good idea, but we don't know for sure. And that there's also a cultural component. So the Las Conchas fire burned the ancestral homeland of the Pueblo people, who relied heavily on many of those plants for their cultural practices, as well as just surrounding communities for recreation, and just people getting out into the monument and enjoying that landscape. So that is a really important part of making these decisions. We didn't want to necessarily just fully accept that this landscape was never going to have a conifer forest again. So, it's nice to, recognize the past, but I hope what you take away from this presentation is that we do have to look towards the future a little bit. Instead of just documenting decline or just feeling sorrow about the changes, we can also take some action. So we can accept those decisions that were made. We can accept these changes. And unfortunately, this is going to be the harsh reality on most landscapes, simply because there's not enough people power, there's not enough seeds out there, there's not enough money to restore all of these landscapes to what they once were. We can also do a little bit of work, though, to resist. So at Bandelier, we released beaver. Hopefully, they can build some ponds, we can get some more water on the landscape, and they will help, mitigate some of those effects of drought and climate change. But what I mostly want to talk about is at Bandelier, we made a decision to start directing in some locations. And this is just a little bit of, just a before and after from Las Conchas. Prior to 2011, this would have been a mixed conifer forest, mostly Douglas fir and ponderosa pine. Pretty amazing forest. It had never been logged, so it was old growth. And Las Conchas came through there and really did a number. And you can see that it in 2012 was already becoming a shrubland. So mostly what you see there is Gamble oak and New Mexico locust, which is like this lovely spiny tree that's horrible to walk through. And I love this quote. So again, there tends to be there's this tendency in land management agencies to be kind of backwards looking and to just continuously try the same things over and over. And that includes planting the same trees, the same density that got us into the situation in the first place. And I hope that we start to see a paradigm shift in the way that land managers think about our landscapes, especially given the knowledge of where they're headed. And so at Bandelier, we started tossing around this idea of planting on the margins. So taking pinyon pine and planting it up into the ponderosa forest, taking ponderosa and moving it as being more dominant in the mixed conifer versus Douglas fir. Now there's still a strong mix of Doug fir in these planting locations because it's really important for the Puebloan people. And again, that cultural need for specific plant species is really important and really helped inform a lot of our decision making. And we heard loud and clear, Doug fir is important to us. So we wanted to make sure that was a part of the mix. But it was not going to be, a 50-50 split. We were going to move towards doing more and more with just Ponderosa. Thanks, Amanda. So as I mentioned before, much of Bandelier is designated wilderness. Many of these planting locations were within designated wilderness. So this is a unique idea to help kind of species move up the elevation gradient in a national park unit in wilderness. It's relatively small scale. We only had 150,000 seedlings or so to plant. So we were trying to find areas like on north facing slopes where there was the greatest likelihood of success. And while we wouldn't be able to fill in the whole lost conscious footprint, we could at least get trees back into a few places and they might still be there 200 years from now. So we identified several locations. We created many plots within those. This is kind of our working sketch of like, what are our goals for each of these locations? And we tried something new too, which is planting at a super high density in relatively small locations that were geographically or physically isolated from one another so that the next fire wouldn't take out all of the plots all at once, instead of doing like more spread out amongst the landscape. Yeah, and so this is what that looks like, right? We're talking a lot of trees in a very small area, and then spreading these out on north-facing slopes in drainages behind sheltered little locations, and really being strategic and targeted on where we were planting in the landscape, instead of, again, just filling in the whole thing. And on the ground, what that looks like is we hired Pueblo tree planters who had a lot of experience because Lost Conscious also affected many of the surrounding tribal lands. And they had more experience and they had the manpower to actually help us plant trees. So we contracted out mostly with them, but we also did a lot of volunteer events as part of a healing kind of program with local communities. We just took double bars and planted trees. And it was thousands and thousands of trees. And when you're talking about wilderness, a lot of those were carried on our backs. So a pretty challenging thing to do. But yeah, I look forward to the discussion, and that's really all I have.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that. That was a great photo to leave us with. A backpack full of trees.
Well, we had a lot of fun with it too. So.
Oh, I bet. It looks like a lot of fun. Well, thanks, Scott. Next up, we have John Morton, the Vice President of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance.
Can you hear me okay? I think I might be.
I hear you, but you're a little low.
Wonky?
Nope, you're good. You're good. If you can speak up.
Okay, because I'm definitely having issues.
Oh, now you're breaking up and you're frozen, and we lost you. Oh no, there you're back. So, John, are you talking on your phone? Oh, you're muted now.
Okay, let me try one more time and see if I can get on.
Yeah, if you go to the little where you go to mute, the little microphone, there's a little up arrow. If you click on that, and you can say switch to phone audio, follow those prompts is the easiest way to do it.
Okay, we'll try this now. Am I okay?
Yeah, you're okay now.
Okay,
just speak up loudly if you can, because you're a little soft.
Okay, well, I can do that. I can talk loudly. So I'm so glad that we had all these people who preceded me, so that this won't sound so blasphemous when I start talking about what are non-native species in a novel assemblage. And I really do think we need to rethink our invasive species management. So let's start out right here by looking at this picture here of black bears on the ancestral lands of Kenai, which is a tribe of the Dena'ina. And it's walking in a landscape that when we look, for those of you from Alaska, you can see pushki in the front, a little bit of calamagrostis. I think I see some horsetail. There might be some flowering elder in the back. But what you see in the center of the photo, of course, is dandelions, common dandelions, which are introduced from Europe. And they were first documented in Alaska in 1944. And what the black bear is doing is it's eating the dandelions, right? So it's, you have this food web developing here. What you don't see, of course, is the dandelion weevil, which was first documented in Alaska in 2000. And that basically took a little while, but it followed the common dandelion over to Alaska. And now it preys or feeds not only on common dandelions, but also on native species of dandelions here in Alaska. Okay, so, we've begun this food web scenario. And the thing that's interesting about this to me is there's a tendency for people to say, well, big deal. These are just bugs, a very common exotic flower. But underneath this landscape, we've now documented not just earthworms, but night crawlers. And the night crawlers are being brought in by people who come in to go fishing. And when they're done fishing at public access places here on the Kenai Peninsula, and again, I'm talking about, public boat accesses to places on the Kenai Refuge, they leave behind this lumbricus, which is the genus of night crawlers. And we have densities here that are higher than anything reported elsewhere in North America and in Scandinavia. We've got 1,300 pounds per acre. And we're used to thinking of the boreal forest as being driven by things like moose, which are a keystone species here. But if you actually look at the statistics, we have biomass here that is 70 times higher than if you're looking at a moose per acre basis, which is even in good habitat here, we have about 1 moose per 70 acres. Assuming a moose is about 1,300 pounds, that's where we get this relationship. So the big deal here, of course, is earthworms, night crawlers are changing the very soil, right? They're not only increasing its productivity, but they're also changing its pH. So this is the beginning of novel assemblages in dynamic systems. And there's this paper here I brought up, and it just very coincidentally, well, maybe not so coincidentally, Steve Jackson is a co-author on this paper. And to me, this was a very important paper that I read years ago that really struck a chord for me in the sense of really starting to think about what is a novel assemblage. And of course, the way you get a novel assemblage is not all species are migrating northward in elevation and upward in elevation in response, northward in latitude and upward in elevation in response to a warming climate. They're all moving at different rates. Some aren't moving at all. I just read a paper about how lichens may need 1 million years to move or to adapt in response to a 1 degree C change in global temperature. So species are winking out, right? And that's how we end up with novel assemblages. It's species moving at different rates across the landscape, some surviving and some not. And the obvious question is, what are the question I'm asking is, so which species compose novel assemblages? And I'm arguing that the ones that are there when it's assembled. And of course, I threw up the tortoise and the hare to kind of get that thought process going. The trick here is when I think about, what species are there, Tony Burgess put me onto this idea of species packing. Tony Burgess, he just recently passed away. He's living in Homer, but he was the ecologist for the Biosphere 2 project that you see down in the lower photo there. And his responsibility was to think about how to populate the desert and savanna biome in this biosphere. It was one of 5 different biomes that, they were trying to put together in this totally controlled environment. And they agonized about which species to put in, but based on consultations with Howard Odum, who's, for those who are ecologists, I think he's the brother of Eugene Odum, he advised the Biosphere 2 staff to shovel the species in and let extinction sort it out. And this is a concept that they kind of developed in this program that they call species packing. And so I argue that we need a reality check on which species are packing our changing systems. And when this is from a USGS report, which I found very informative. There are now over 11,000 non-native species in the United States. And you look at the breakdown here, you see Hawaii has as many as the lower 48 combined, pushing 6,000 species there. Alaska, we're about a tenth of what the lower 48 has right now. We have about 563 non-native flora and faunal species that have been documented in Alaska. And this is kind of a rhetorical question I'm asking, and I think it speaks to a certain extent, it pushes back a little bit against Rogers Cave ideas about intentionality versus non-intentionality. So if you look in the upper right-hand picture there, you see white sweet clover, which is a Eurasian species growing on the Stikine River. That clover was introduced in 1913 as a forage crop into Alaska because it's a nitrogen fixer. It eventually was actually selectively bred by a UAF agronomy professor to be more cold hardy in Alaska. And of course, now it's all over our road system, being hauled around by vehicles. Back in the earlier days, we actually think it was probably spread along the road system by Department of DOT in their erosion control seed mixes. Then you look at that picture there of the deer, that's Ike Hanlon and his dog Tuffy. And he's capturing deer down in Sitka back in the early 1920s. And what he's doing is they're introducing them to Prince William Sound. A lot of people don't appreciate that Sitka black-tailed deer are not native to Prince William Sound. They're native to Southeast Alaska. But the Cordova Chamber of Commerce, starting in 1916, decided to introduce them, and they introduced 24 deer that was captured by Ike Hanlon down in Sitka, brought up to Prince William Sound, released, and now 100 years later, we have 20,000 deer running around up there. The pheasant on the right there, people sometimes forget that they're not native to the US, despite them being the state bird for South Dakota. They're now in Homer, they're feral. They're reportedly breeding up to 1,300 feet in elevation in the new grassland that's developing down in Homer. And they're a bird on the landscape. The Anna's hummingbird, a lot of people don't appreciate that we have Anna's hummingbirds now wintering in Alaska on the Kenai Peninsula. I mean, they're staying here almost year round. And of course, they're being held here by feeders. But nonetheless, they're here. It doesn't really matter why they're here. They're here. That's the thing. The mussels here, this is a wonderful story. This is the soft shell mussel. It's originally from the New England coast, mid-Atlantic coast there. It was brought over around 1870 to San Francisco, came along in an oyster shipment. And then from there began to migrate north. By 1940s, it had hit Alaska. In 1999, it was first documented in the Cook Inlet. It's now one of the most common clams in the Cook Inlet, even as our own razor clams are declining. The really interesting thing is, despite it being a non-native species, it's now used for clam enhancement in projects in Prince William Sound. Lower photo, that's Elodia in the left-hand corner there. It was introduced to Eyak Lake, which is down in Cordova. We're not really sure why or how. Probably from an aquarium dump, which is the case that we think in Fairbanks and in Anchorage. But the bottom line is nobody did anything about it. And this photo there is 2015. You can see Elodia canadensis spilling over the spillway at Eyak Lake. It's covering both shores of the Eyak River. And I just threw the beaver out there too, because this is another Canadian species. By the way, Elodia canadensis is sort of from the mid part of the continent. Of course, it's got its namesake canadensis. And here we have the beaver, which is obviously an Alaskan species, Castor canadensis, another Canadian species. And of course, as Tom Paraguay pointed out, it's now on the North Slope, where we consider it a bad animal, right? It's a bad actor. Why? Depending on who you talk to. And it has to do with the fact that it's now it's accelerating the rate of permafrost thaw because of ponding water. And just to really drive it home to a more local context, that tree in the cage there is a maple that I was sitting under it a few years ago, and that's in Soldotna City Park. I was listening to the Kenai, listening to music at the Kenai River Festival, and I just glanced in drinking beer, of course, and I looked up and here's this maple. And I was kind of stunned by the fact that there's a maple growing there. So it prompted me to do an informal inventory of trees all over the Kenai Peninsula. And I contacted, garden clubs in the different towns and talked to Division of Forestry in the city of Soldotna, visited the demonstration forest in Homer. And the bottom line is on the Kenai Peninsula, which is very diverse because it's the nexus of two biomes, we have 14 native species. But I documented over 60 non-native tree species on the Kenai Peninsula already growing. And green ash, this is what we're talking about, elms and ashes and oaks. I mean, it's kind of stunning what's actually growing here. And some of these are not nice trees. The upper right, that's the amber maple. That's considered an invasive species in Minnesota. The lower left there, that's the European bird cherry. That's the one that Will Putman was talking about. He's agonizing about whether he needs to get it out of his yard, which is the same agony I had a few years ago, what to do about it growing in my yard. And I just wanted to point out this one tree in the lower right, that's yellow cedar, which is the species which is dying down in Southeast Alaska because of climate change. And as of just before the pandemic, it has now been planted over in Port Graham on the Kenai Peninsula. So it occurs here. Now people are making these choices. And the question is the spread of non-native plants in Alaska accelerating? And this is the question that Matt Carlson and Michael Shepard asked a few years ago from UAA. And the answer is absolutely yes. These are museum records for plants in Alaska. And from 1941 to 1968, we were adding about one species a year to that. Now in 1968 to 2006, it's 3 species per year. So, I mean, think about that for a minute. 3 species per year, we're adding 3 species of non-native plants we're adding to Alaska. And of those, 150 of the 283 that are documented in 2006 there, 157 of them are already naturalized. And in the sense of our management, only 36 of those species have actually been extirpated. So we're not doing very well from a management perspective. Now, as a quick case study, I want to go to the Arctic because Tom Paraguay brought that up. He showed about the biome shifting up there. And there's some new data out now that the Arctic is actually warming 4 times faster than the rest of the globe, not just 2 to 3 times. And it really has to do with how basically whether you include part of the subarctic or you, in this case, they were very specific about looking at the effects and the rates at above the Arctic Circle at 66 degrees. Regardless of the rate, we know it's changing fast. This is modeling from, we call this the cliome modeling. It's basically climate envelope modeling of the biome. And in the upper image there, we know that the North Slope, which is what's seeing here, which is a 40 million acre piece of real estate, it's 100% tundra, no trees, right? And by 2100, the same climate envelope modeling suggests that as much as 55% of the area could be conifer covered. Now, we know that this isn't true. First of all, there's a question about whether there's conifers up there to begin with right now, and we'll address that in a minute. But secondly, this is just, climate envelope modeling simply tells you what the system would like to become. It doesn't tell you what it's really going to become. Except that, let me give you some ideas here. We already have species there that we know are there, and these are the classic iconic Arctic species. You know, we have muskox, which by the way, were introduced back to the system in the 1970s. We've got grizzly bear, we got caribou, but we've also got some species that are departing. Strangely enough, they're white, right? We've got snowy owls and polar bears, and we've got Arctic foxes that are being replaced by red foxes. We've also got arriving Alaskan species like Tom Parrott I mentioned. We've got moose that have popped up there. We now have a hunting season up there for moose. Beaver are up there already starting to wreak havoc on, you know, I say that lightly, wreaking havoc on, you know, our methane production. And of course, other tree species like cottonwood are popping up there big time, but of course, cottonwood is wind dispersed. The real problem here is that, you know, when you think about spruce making up there, is that it's a woody cone and it really can't make it over the Brooks Range. Photo on the left is, you know, it used to be the tree line on the Hall Road. It used to be a sign there until somebody chose to girdle the tree, but it really doesn't matter because the tree line has moved a little bit upslope from there. The tree on the right, however, is the first tree, white spruce, documented north of the Brooks Range that has not been deliberately planted by, you know, a research institute like at Toolik Lake. And where this is popping up is, where this popped up is at Galbraith Lake, which is a BLM campground. And the author of this, who I've talked to, Janet Jorgensen, she knows exactly how this showed up here. In the same way that it was immediately transparent to me, is that when people go up there to caribou hunt, which I like to do and have done so myself, we collect wood on the other side of the Brooks Range. This is spruce firewood, which includes cones, and we throw it in our trailer, we throw it up on top of our vehicle, drive across through the Brooks Range, end up at Galbraith Lake, we throw them on the ground, including the cones, and so we get a tree. And Janet Jorgensen literally agonized about this, and this is the last comment in her paper, that the authors welcome comments on whether to protect or pull this likely human-introduced seedling or leave its future to chance. We also have lots of arriving Eurasian species, right? Bird vetch, white sweet clover, creeping thistle, Narrows hawkweed. We know exactly how they're getting there. They're moving up the Hall Road. You can see the 4 different species plotted here. You can see Aitken Pass. All 4 species have made the jump. They're through Aitken. They're on the north slope. That purple dot at the very top there on the north slope, which represents the farthest north record for creeping thistle, was documented by me. And that was me in 2017 who was doing a caribou hunt up on the Brooks, up on the north slope, exactly like that scenario that brought up the cone. And I saw this big patch of purple, and I got out and I looked at it, I documented it. We scrambled some agencies to get rid of it, but that's beside the point. And I'm pretty sure I know how it got there, and it probably came through from these erosion control wattles that were very close to where this thistle patch occurred. And one of the points I want to make about this creeping thistle is it's been here in this country for a very long time. You know, it was introduced back in the 1600s, probably as a contaminant, either in crop seed or in the ship's ballast. People recognized early on that it was a problem species, and you see control legislation in Vermont as early as 1795 and in New York in 1831. It's a noxious weed in 29 states now, including Alaska and 7 Canadian provinces. And despite that, it's now north of the Brooks Range. So it's completed its entire colonization of Alaska. And that's where we are. And I'm asking you point blank, from an evolutionary perspective, does it make any difference that it took 400 years? And real briefly, I just want to make this one point. We think of Alaska as being remote. The only thing remoter is Antarctica. Antarctica is a highly controlled environment where tourists are only allowed. Every tourist that's coming in, every scientist coming in is doing it under controlled situations based on international protocols. Just they got together, did a quick study, and I think it was 2008. And they basically vacuumed down a bunch of people and scientists and kind of extrapolated what 40,000 tourists just that one summer, 1 year brought in. There were 70,000 seeds on these people, representing 40 different families. And so I'm questioning what is our collective ability to actually regulate non-native species at any kind of a meaningful landscape or global scale. So real quick, only 2 more slides, Amanda. So I'm going to suggest to you that translocating species and eradicating species are 2 sides of the same coin. With one hand we giveth and the other hand we taketh. And it really doesn't matter what our intentionality is. What really matters is it's happening. And in this way of thinking, truly exotic species are not valued or devalued for the injury they cause to the existing system, as that system is changing, but as contributors to evolving species assemblages and phylogenetics. And my very last slide, I purposely put up these 2 Canadian species, right? This is Alodia canadensis at the top, which is our first aquatic invasive species to get to Alaska, and lodgepole pine down below, which Jill Johnston talked about wonderfully. They're both Canadian species. The one on the top, we spend millions of dollars killing. The ones on the bottom, we spend money planting, which is really nutty to me. So my point is, the land does not understand, despite what Roger says, the land, and I'm using this in a Alda Leopold context, the land does not understand human will or intent or values. It only responds to outcome. We should expect novel assemblages, but appreciate that we can, and we already do, influence their composition. And it's just a matter of us choosing to become responsible. I think for the invasive species community, we need to start focusing on eradicating novel species. I think we need to be very circumspect, and by that I mean very skeptical about invasive species rankings, because those are based on what we know now, not what they will be in the future. And my message, I'm not giving up at all. I've got a career of killing invasive species, and my mantra has always been, when in doubt, kill it, because we can always introduce it later. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, John. I did see in the chat that Angela Matt said that the little white spruce in the North Slope got run over by a snowplow and is no longer among the living.
Well,
Appreciate
and the point of all of this is it doesn't really matter, because if it's not now, it'll be next year. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't matter. The stuff is coming up, and it really, really doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you, Don. Thank you, John. You guys rhyme. Appreciate your perspective as always, and also really appreciate all the work that you did into bringing together this workshop in the first place. A lot of your passion has been shown through all 3 days. I'm going to queue up Dr. Don Magnus, a landscape ecologist at Kenai National Wildlife Refuge. Go ahead, Don. Take it from here.
All right, thanks. What an exciting day of amazing presentations and early adopters thinking about how to direct change. For my talk, I'm going to, ask the question, what do we need? Like what pieces of the puzzle do we need to direct change in a, because as Steve pointed out in the first talk, it's complicated and there's a lot to think about. And I'm going to walk through an example of transformation that has been unfolding on the Kenai for the last 30 years and continues to do so, and then go through a more generalized framework of the pieces needed to think through what types of actions we could take. And so I live and work on the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge, and want to acknowledge and thank the Dena'ina and Iñupiaq people for storing the land and continuing to do so today. So to start with this case study of ecological transformation on the Kenai. So we sit on the edge of 2 biomes. We span it, the refuge, the 2 million acre refuge does. So the Pacific Maritime biome that goes all the way down to, Oregon and Washington is half of the peninsula, and where the Kenai Mountains are. On the other side, it's the southern extent of the boreal forest. And this particular transformation I'm going to talk about is in a region of the Kenai Peninsula that's in this red box. And this has been unfolding since the spruce bark beetle regional outbreak that occurred in the late 1980s, and it's been linked to climate in that we had a warming, drying climate that allowed the beetles to upcycle, and not just locally, like that's always happened, but regionally across 4 million acres. And then at the same time, our Lut spruce forests, which because of our biome position is the hybrid of white and Sitka spruce. We had a contiguous large stands north of Homer that, according to Ed Berg's work, burned about every 500 years. So mature contiguous stands that really weren't getting burnt very much because of our maritime climate. They were drought stressed. And these drought stressed trees hit a beetle outbreak. They've co-evolved with beetles for a very long time in North America, have a lot of defenses, but didn't have the water to sap them out and do the things that they do. So we had stand level mortality. And this stand level mortality, then it took out the tree canopy and blue joint grass, which is a common understory in the boreal forest, had some wet years or years where it was able to establish a really thick grass mat. And now the game changer that might be a signal of a new system is these new novel spring fires that have the potential to spread through the grass in the spring that's dead, but the ground's frozen so it can't green up. So there's also a climate change component to that, and that we're having longer shoulder seasons in the spring where we don't have snow, but maybe the ground has frozen deeper because the snow cover has been, variable throughout the year, but we get deep freezes without snow. And so it can't green up, and it's as flammable as black spruce and has the potential to burn and not allow seedlings to establish. And this is a large area. John showed this in the first day. It's 20,000 acres that we've documented as not re-recruiting trees. So this is a picture he took out of a plane. And just to reiterate that these fires are new. So this Caribou Hills fire in 2007, we had a beetle response program with our borough. People, of course, were worried about the dead trees being a fire risk. And so we had these trees were logged, and then, roads and subdivisions went in of cabins, and somebody was, sharpening a tool and sparked this off. And this fire was a month earlier than we generally see fires, and we had to change in Alaska the fire season, make it longer to accommodate these earlier fires. And another signal of change could be that, now we're also seeing more lightning down here. And in 2019, we had a lightning strike in these grasses that took off and burned. And so the question is this going to be the new normal, and will this reinforce a savanna or grassland system? And part of the thinking here is, again, that biome, that geographic position we sit in. And so if you look at the climate of what's in this box, we always were sort of the edge of the boreal forest, but as the climate models are projected forward, we're moving up this spine. Just thinking really broadly, we've looked at a lot of climate models and we flip around a little bit, but sometimes we look more like grassland, sometimes we look more temperate. And this can't be distinguished from this context of we are the trailing edge of the boreal, but our leading edge, the Pacific Maritime, it might not be able to make it over the mountains because of the rain shadow. And so we have this opening climate niche. And the question is, what can come in to fill it? Some species are restricted by us being a peninsula. Like we have to pauperate small mammal communities. We don't have flying squirrels, but other things are being facilitated if they can travel on wheels. And so what, if anything, should we do? Are we motoring, is this trajectory moving towards a depauperate grassland system? Does it have the potential to host invasive species? And so if we think about this in terms of with time, and we care about biodiversity and Fish and Wildlife Service, but we had a lot of conversations of saying, well, if we're moving away from historical condition, what is the values that we should think about when we think about whether it's an acceptable future or not? And we also had, we do have naturalness tied into our mandates, and naturalness is often tied to historical condition and thinking about the land prior to Western economic forces showing up on the landscape. And so thinking about that issue of, is it a pauperate grassland okay? Or should we do something where we try to reestablish spruce here? Would it still be a boreal forest if deciduous, cottonwood and a birch were able to establish? We could suppress fire and try to get over that hump where we get a canopy that shades the grass and try to move back towards a boreal system. Is that something that's a good approach? Or could we steward this system towards a novel but different outcome? And if we thought about biodiversity, is Tony Burgess right? Should we load the system and try to niche diversify and make it so they can hold more plants and animals because we care about global biodiversity? And since we're on that spine, sometimes in some models, we flip towards forests, depending on the uncertainty in the GCMs and the way people downscale. We can look like a temperate forest, a Rocky Mountain forest, an Eastern boreal forest, like we flip all over the place. And perhaps that means we are an open climate niche and human action is going to be very influential as to the direction of that trajectory. Alternatively, if we reinforced, or if we started seeing fires every 10 to 15 years, reinforcing a more grassland system, perhaps we could do things. And I should have hit my button because I just went through, the lodgepole in the temperate forest part, but the grassland, wood bison are being reintroduced to the state. We're outside of the historical range, but perhaps we could make arguments to have a grazer in there to niche diversify. And again, I've already mentioned prescribed fires. And so this gets to, some of the issues. And, Abby Lynch talked about adaptive management and also making the point that we have tools to think about RAD, but we need new things too. And so the next piece I'm going to talk about is how do we do preparation for what Abby's calling this outer loop, where we consider alternatives that take us where we are putting our finger on the scale to shape a future that's different than it would be if we had not intervened. This goes into larger adaptation thinking in that, where reviews of adaptation show that to date, not much is being implemented, and what is often business as usual. And so what do we need to be able to think about when and where it's okay for us to transform, to work on a transformation pathway? And so we need to know what are the plausible ecological futures. And I have some ideas about the ways we could think about that. Can intervention be used to shape that future? And then also, what is the regional conservation strategy into the future? And each of these little dots on the line to get to implementation is tough. I shouldn't say tough, but there's just a lot of that goes into it. It's complex. And so I'm now going to fold the example that I started with into these questions that I just posed. So this, what ecological futures are possible? And I loved, this idea of like just documenting the decline isn't enough. And so we need this understanding of the current trajectory and how it is or isn't moving us away from historical condition. So that's that piece we're observing on the land. And in our case, it sort of looks like it's going towards the savanna trajectory. But is that enough? Because what I'm calling the potential for continental resorting, that's the climate envelope models. That's for looking what analogs today look like our future climate. And so that kicks out this range of plausible ecological trajectories and encourages us to think about out of the box possibilities, places where assisted migration might change the outcome. And again, this is just trying to lay these out so we can think about the options. And interventions be used to shape future conditions. You know, and just to acknowledge this is in the early phases. There's a lot to consider as our manager, Andy Loringer, talks about wilderness issues and subsistence and hunting issues and all these things that need to be considered when we map these pathways. But just saying, like, you know, starting to think about these alternative trajectories to say, like, what sort of things might we see? So if our fire return interval drops below 30 years, that sort of tips us towards a grassland trajectory. Can we proactively think about the things we might do to reinforce that, or alternatively to resist that? And it's just that preparedness and contingency planning piece here is what I'm encouraging people to think about, acknowledging that, you know, right now we're accepting this change. It's in a pretty remote place, but can we start having those conversations to think about what it might look like and how we would know one thing or the other was unfolding? What is the regional conservation strategy in the future? And so, like I said, on the Kenai, we've looked at tons of different climate envelope models, and we just think about them as learning experiments. And quite frankly, the first grassland signals that showed up, they seem ridiculous. And just to acknowledge from, you know, Jeremy spoke about this deciduous conversion that's in play as an option here too. Sometimes our models flip towards deciduous, sometimes they flip towards herbaceous or grassland. And so just acknowledging that those things are happening, but you know, Andy also asked, like, if I do things, what does it mean in the larger picture? Can we scan? There's other places in Alaska where similar signal, and this is a cold winters, dry hot summer signal, or potentially also like the beetle outbreak today that's moving north. If we start seeing that they have a similar trajectory of spruce dying and you know, a window where there's no fire, you know, is this a trajectory that we're just the first place to see it? And it might become something that's more common and part of a regional conservation strategy. And these are the questions that we're grappling with, and we need, you know, networks of people to think about, because one of the challenges here is that these questions or these themes of continental resorting, plausible trajectories, you know, these are what trajectories are possible, and these are what's actually happening in our landscape, which is path dependent and contingent. And we can't understand exactly what's going to happen because there's a lot of random events that will shape a trajectory. That all this complexity comes in to thinking about what to do, and that the portfolio sits, you know, it can be informed by top-down information, but ultimately adaptation is a local scale decision. How can you think about RAD pathways and desired conditions without knowing the people who live where you are and understanding your neighbors and understanding that we burned last year and we haven't, you know, or we haven't burned in 100 years, or we are a lot of hot, dry southern slopes, or we're really on the other side where we're getting a lot of rain. We can't think through how we could shape the future without knowing all that local information. And I think scenario planning, we've done a lot in the last 15 years to incorporate that in. Abby talked about adaptive management, and I'm going to do a little more on this idea of pathway planning. I think it's something that could help us think through alternative management pathways for RAD. And I put a nice citation that talks about pathway planning, but pathway planning was being used by people who are trying to say, like, listen, we need to move towards transformative options. How do we do that? How do we move away from incremental or business as usual approaches? How can we explore alternatives, like this cost benefit analysis, to think through how the things we do today might limit our future options? How can we think through what we really need to do to get to a desired outcome? So we often talk about adaptation barriers. There's political, legal, economic, technical, social barriers to doing things, and pathway planning might give us the space to address those proactively before the moment we need to use them. And so these triggers for action and thinking about whether something's feasible or not well before we need it. And also thinking about what's desired and what futures would be really, really considered terrible. Again, before a disturbance event or some other window of opportunity where we need to act. Can we think about preparedness and contingency planning prior to that event? And so all of this, this is a paper from the RAD special issue in bioscience that I led, trying to think through how to pull all these pieces together. And I've gone through several of the pieces here, but then just two pieces that I haven't got to is my, working with social scientists who are saying, and this is coming out of novel ecosystems thinking, and how do we do it, that we need to be having upstream deliberative engagement. And that's talking to one another in ways where we're being very transparent about our values, what we think is going to happen, our mental models of change, and that we're going to be learning together in these environments. It's not one decision process. This is a commitment to talking and learning with one another, and that these conversations need to be having, again, often the talk that Steve talks about, well upstream of decision points, because we need to have the trust and understanding before we need to act. And that gets to this truth that desired conditions can mean different things to different people. And there's a group called Ocean Tipping Points that's looking at this and talking about how for every outcome, there's people who think it's good and people who don't like it. And so we're going to be making trade-offs amongst values. And so agencies and others really being clear and transparent about what those are seems important and hard. And yet it's new. So like, I think this little cat like sums up how I feel when I think about defining desired conditions, because I was trained to look to historical condition, and I felt like I understood what that meant, and now I'm not so sure. I mean, I need to work through with others what's ethical action in this new world, what our agency finds important if we move away from historical condition and naturalness. And fortunately, that is my last slide because I see Amanda. So I will.
That emoji, the actual picture of you choosing to consider something other than historical conditions, is amazing.
Yeah, I love it. Don, you always have the most entertaining slides, but I really appreciate that. And it really comes around full circle, this whole block did, because I think what you ended with really gets to the conversation that was going on in the chat throughout the last hour or so around lodgepole pine. And I often use this example of the Northwoods in Minnesota as an example of what you were talking about, Don, of how do you choose a desired future state? And the people in the Northwoods area of Minnesota, they said, we want woods. And they are all on the same page. Everyone says we want to maintain a forest. It probably won't be the forest, or it definitely won't be the forest, but we want a forest. And so they are experimenting through pilot projects what tree species would live there, similar to Jill's experiments with lodgepole pine, because the stakeholders, the people who live there, know, they're clear, they want a forest. And I don't see us having those conversations in Alaska yet. You know, do we want a forest? Do we want grasslands? Do we want deciduous? Do we want conifer? You know, we're just kind of like hand off and letting things happen, which brings us back to the direct portion of today. So we are going to transition. We have a few minutes for question and answer, and then to address any kind of clarity. I didn't understand this. Could you please explain this better? Type questions, and then we're going to move into the panel discussion for the next hour. So you know, until the top of the hour, and then once again we are going to stay on for those who can for an additional hour for even further discussions and thinking about next steps. Okay, so I'm going to actually pass it first rather than say a specific question. I'm going to pass it to Jill, Will, Steve, and others who were talking in the chat, John, who were talking in the chat a lot about the issue surrounding lodgepole, whether or not it's an invasive species, whether or not it's been naturalized. You guys, you know, it's amazing that we have these chat functions going on in these meetings. I think it's a benefit of a virtual meeting. But the hard thing is when it comes to taking notes and having a report, we're not expecting Mandy and Kelsey to be taking a transcription of the notes. That would be absolutely ridiculous and not even helpful. If they give me 9,000 pages of notes and say write a report, I'm going to be like, thanks. So for the benefit of everyone who might not have been reading the chat, or and also for the benefit of the report, if we could just do a quick synopsis of that conversation that was in some of the key points. And folks, if you for the attendees, if you want to put any questions particularly to that in the question and answer, go for that. And we're just going to leave that. The chat was like a mile long, so I'm not going to go through and read that. So Jill, why don't you kick us off?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we had some nice discussion there about lodgepole pine. There's certainly a lot of knowledge about plantations and forestry trials and individual landowners planting both pine and Siberian larch. And so a lot of evidence that those populations are out there. It makes sense that this would be considered a naturalized species. And and the whole issue about, it did come up, you know, how do we define invasive species? They're generally considered to be species that have negative effects on human values. And of course, that is a subjective thing. And so some people might personally consider, you know, lodgepole pine to be an invasive species. This is actually, there's not a clear threshold with respect to the science about what distinguishes between a naturalized or an invasive species, because that whole definition of negative effects is a perspective. But clearly, there's a lot of evidence about that pine has the potential to grow under different conditions. And what I gathered from the chat is that there's a lot of recognition in this community that there's enough that lodgepole pine that's been planted that it's here. It's not really a question anymore of, are we going to bring it in, because it's already here. But that still, I think, to me anyway, leaves a question of, do we want to further advance and introduce it, or do we need to, you know, John brought up the question of eradication in his talk. Do we, if it's already here and we don't want it, then that actually speaks to a whole bunch of other management issues. And in that context is the debate about what is our future climate going to bring to different locations. And I like the fact that Dawn brought up the interaction of climate with these insect pests and then fire, because we're seeing these novel disturbance regimes emerging. And so we need to consider not just the climate conditions, but also these disturbance conditions that are both biotic and abiotic and how they're going to interact. We had some questions rising up about, detailed data about root systems and microbial species. And I raised the question about, well, how much data do we need before we make decisions? And there was some nice discussion about information theory and the value of information. So I like the fact that this case study, which I think is what John was hoping when he asked me to talk about lodgepole pine, this is a nice, in a way, digestible case study where we can really dig into some of these issues, because on one hand, we have aesthetic issues around forests. We have a lot of commercial interests around timber, and that intersects with maybe a whole bunch of unknowns about these species. We've got private landowner and state and federal landowner responsibilities. It's a mess, and we're just talking about one species. So that's my summary.
Thank you, Jill. I think that covered a lot. Will?
Yeah, just a quick point. I think it's interesting that elsewhere in its range, we're discussing this possible introduction of lodgepole pine, and elsewhere within its range, they're probably having workshops right now in interior BC and Colorado and places like that, where they're trying to figure out what to do with all the pine that's been totally hammered by the mountain pine beetle, or how to adapt to the changes being, brought about by the loss of their population of pine. And it just kind of goes to show, I mean, it's all on a spectrum, and it's all, every place is a little different, but we're all dealing with kind of the same issues, albeit in kind of different ways. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Steve.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. A mess is a good way to describe it, and there's a lot of you probably heard the term wicked problem or super wicked problem, and that's really what we're dealing with in this whole transformation arena. It is super duper wicked because there's so many values and value systems at stake or at play in over and above the scientific and management issues, and trying to reconcile and adjudicate among those diverse values and often conflicting values and value systems is going to be, that's going to be very, very difficult. And that's part of the talk, or as Dawn put it more elegantly, the upstream deliberative engagement. So going back to the pine issue, I was struck, Amanda, by your comment about Minnesota and how Minnesotans, at least northern Minnesotans, agree on what they'd like as woods. And in a sense, they're saying they want to keep, that's what defines Minnesota for them. Minnesota is Minnesota because of woods and maybe walleye too, if they're fisher people. That can, that's really important culturally to both the native and the post-colonization populations of that area. And I think the same issues arise in, say, interior Alaska, where there's never been any pine ever, where it's still pretty far away, other than these plantations and escapees and plantings and so forth. And so if state and federal agencies or NGOs are going to engage in accelerating that spread that's already starting to happen, then that is directed change. They're intervening to help transform the landscape, and that's got a lot of implications for the Alaska-ness of Fairbanks and the surrounding interior. And so there are a lot of issues there of if, you know, and trade-offs. If lodgepole pine forest is the only kind of forest that might be sustainable in the future, that might bring people over to, okay, we'll give up our spruce for pine just as long as we got forest. But if the alternative is deciduous forest versus pine forest, then again, people are going to value those and perceive those in very different ways. And so it's a very fraught and very complex discussion. And I think it needs to be framed, you know, again, with relentless talking in terms of the plausible alternatives and the consequences of going in those different pathways. What are the risks? What's sustainable? What's attainable?
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. And I totally agree with you, but I will say that we are not having those conversations. Like Don said, you know, unless we get upstream from it, well, it'll be too late because we wait for a big disturbance to happen and then have the conversations, it's already too late. So as agencies and organizations in Alaska, how do we get that dialogue going now? John?
Yeah, this is, I was just wanted to make this comment. I was in Iceland this past summer, biking around it. And of course, I looked at all the trees that are growing there. And I know Will Putman knows this. The three most common trees there are Lutz spruce from the Kenai Peninsula, lodgepole pine, and Siberian larch, just like in Alaska. And the thing that really amazed me is all over these lava fields that you're seeing on TV, you know, where they're erupting and all that kind of stuff. I don't know who it was in Iceland that made the decision. I assume it's equivalent of our division of forestry, but they planted Nootka lupine, which is the native lupine from Alaska, deliberately into these volcanic fields because they're nitrogen fixers and they rapidly colonize and invade the landscape, which is what they want. They want it to break down these you know, the volcanic rock into soil. So all I'm just saying is this stuff is happening all over the world. I mean, this is not unique to, you know, the discussions we're having here are not unique at all by any stretch of the imagination.
Great, thanks, John. So I'm going to go to the attendee questions now. I see that Catherine threw in a couple of questions that she had asked earlier in the chat that did not get answered, and both Angela and Don responded to those questions. So Catherine, let us know if you have any follow-ups to that. Again, if you can put your questions in the question and answer, it's easiest for the facilitators and the note takers to keep track. We are going to bleed into a little bit of the panel discussion, but the way I'm looking at this right now is the panel discussion's kind of already started. So why don't we just, if that's all right with you all, we'll just combine the question and answer session and go right into the panel discussion. What we have
the panel should include speakers from any of the speakers from the previous 2 days.
Yes, thank you, John. Since we are going ahead and just merging the two, why don't we have all the speakers from all 3 days? Please turn on your cameras if you can, and feel free to jump right in. And Mandy and Kelsey, again, note takers, you guys are doing an excellent job. I know this has been a completely overwhelming experience trying to capture the question and answer. All we're looking for the report is big picture themes. We're not going to do a transcript of who said what and who answered what. If anyone wants that kind of information, they can listen to the recording if they're looking for that level of detail. So just don't stress too much. I know it's overwhelming. Okay, so John, you have your hand up. Do you have something you want to say still, or? No, okay, you're good. Jimmy Fox says, good discussions using the wildland fire emissions inventory system, and he gives the URL in the question and answer. Fires on the Yukon Flats in 2019 may have released greenhouse gases equivalent to 7.5 coal-fired power plants in operation for a full year, according to the EPA calculator. This doesn't account for emissions from permafrost thaw, and doesn't speak to direct and negative health impacts on the 1,000 plus people living on the flats. Are there feasible RAD strategies to reduce and sequester carbon emissions and protect human health and biodiversity in interior Alaska. Meda. Oh, and Meda, I'm sorry. Meda, you wanted to come back to the lodgepole discussion, and I told you that I would, and then I went on to another discussion. So is that what you have your hand up for?
I wanted to talk about the adaptation and plant management.
Yeah, okay, so Jimmy, I'm sorry, Jimmy Fox, we're gonna pause on your question. We'll come back to that in just a second, because I had promised Anita that we would talk more about plant management and in particular following up on the forestry discussion that we were having earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda, and I appreciate it. And something I didn't mention earlier is my primary area of practice is ethno-herbalism and teaching about Alaskan plants as food and medicine. I was able to facilitate and organize the Alaska Plants as Food and Medicine Symposium for the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium for 5 years. So this concept of assisted migration is not actually a new concept, and there's traditional ethnological knowledge and stories around the process and how to best go through it. Dr. Rita Blumenstein, which you saw a picture earlier, was talking about this, 10, 15 years ago, that we have to bring cornerstone species up from ecoregions that are, just below us or 2 stages below us to help facilitate the migration. So that way it provides food and medicine for plants and animals and birds and, humans and everybody that's dependent on these natural spaces. There are very old stories about, how when the Tlingit would move into a new space, they would actually seed the streams with salmon eggs, and we had special baskets for that process 5 years before the intentional moving to that space. There's also history of tubers, potatoes from Central America that were pre-contact, also intentional growing of tobacco and other plants for trade. So one of the ways to go through this is to actually work with Indigenous peoples and bring in that traditional ecological knowledge and just ask them, what are the cornerstone species of plants that you would, we would maybe talk to somebody in the plains and for Kenai, and say, what are the cornerstone species for food and medicine and habitat? And then use that as a way to inform what we're bringing into these spaces intentionally. Oh, one other thing I wanted to say is in Unalaska, there are Sitka spruce that were put there by the Russians because they wanted to grow them for masts. And they did not grow well at all. They're all funky and wonky. But when I was out there teaching a few years ago, actually right before the pandemic, it started naturally seeding across the island because the temperatures had changed enough that it could start populating. So they have little Sitka spruce tree saplings all over the island, and they're trying to decide whether to let them grow or to get rid of them.
Great, thanks, Meda. Thank you for that. And I do see a question from Nicole as well in the chat, and just it's just a reminder that if you have questions, put them in the Q&A, but the panelists cannot put questions in the Q&A. So we do have an eye on the chat window as well for the panelist questions. Panelists, you can also raise your hand and we can call on you that way as well. And Jeremy and Sue, since we are going right into the panel discussion, you two were on the agenda for moderating this. Yesterday, John was on the agenda and he had asked me just to continue because he wanted to be a participant and asked me to continue fielding the questions. Would you two like to take over from here? Or would you like me to continue? It's completely fine with me. Either way.
I think you should continue.
What do you think, Jeremy?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, please help me out. If you all see things that I'm missing, jump in. Don't even, you can send me a message if you want, or you can just jump right in and unmute and jump right in because it's hard to.
I'm jumping in the chat to some of the stuff that is in the periphery. So you go ahead.
Okay. Yes, and I do see you're answering people's questions in the chat. So thank you. But if there's something that you'd like to bring up for discussion, please do jump right in, and I appreciate your help with that. Okay, so going back to Jimmy's question about the health impacts, the human health impacts of greenhouse gases and coal-fired wildland fire emissions being compared to 7.5 coal-fired power plants running for an entire year. What RAD strategies that do you see, this is for the whole panel, that could reduce or sequester carbon emissions and protect human health and biodiversity in interior Alaska? And Jeremy, I see that you're responding to that in the chat. Did you want to elaborate on that? Is that what was your question related to Jimmy's? Oh, sorry, different question.
It was a prior Jimmy question. Jimmy always has
prior
lots
Jimmy
of
question.
questions.
Okay, great. Will, go ahead.
About the carbon emissions.
Great, thank you.
Well, I mean, a very simplistic strategy, it'd be a resist strategy, is to spend more money and attention on fire suppression, I guess. You know, it's just trying to dig your heels in and keep less carbon from being emitted from the fires and sort of increase the capacity of the landscape to keep sequestering carbon. But, you know, that's got all sorts of peripheral issues tagged on with that. There's been, you know, lots of work at trying to keep fire on the landscape, introduce fire on the landscape to produce, it gets back to the term natural. What's natural is fire, fire being a natural part of the landscape and that sort of thing. So it's a very interesting question.
Absolutely. Dawn?
Yeah, I was just in a BLM discussion with Tim Hammond, who's part of the Northwest Boreal LCC. And he was just, we were talking about RAD in this discussion, and he brought up, you know, given the large landscapes and the realities of our wildland planning, wildfire planning, I forget the acronym, but we do it, that so much of it is just like a let it burn landscape. And he brought up how he had noticed some caribou habitat and went in to ask if they could protect it. And like the fire people were just like, no, we can't. Like, we're trying to not have people die, right? And so that just brings up, like, if we want to do any sort of, you know, suppression, or that's a place where we need to be having those conversations early. And the boreal is highly flammable, and so whether it's feasible is really on the table. But I do love Jimmy's question, and I think we need to be having these discussions, and especially when we think about the possibility of the boreal dumping into the global climate system with the peatland. Are we exploring our options, you know, or are those conversations getting pruned back because they're different than what we've done in the past? And so part of what I think of directing change is just creating these spaces where we can talk and think outside the box and be creative and really drill through the trade-offs of different ways of thinking about it, and whether, you know, if the permafrost dumps all its carbon into the global climate system, where, you know, those real conversations of where are we going to be, and what does management mean if we're at 5 degrees warming globally, right? And can we incorporate those things into our decision making?
Yeah, thanks, Dawn. I actually think I have an unstable internet connection. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, I just turned my video off for a minute. I'm gonna, before we go over to Jeremy and then John, I'm gonna go to Nicole's question in the chat, because I think it's related to what you just were talking about and what we talked about earlier. You had many great points about considerations and deciding if you should direct, and if you should direct, and if so, what you should direct towards. Have those conversations been starting to happen in a real way in Alaska? If not, how do we start?
Did you want me to follow up, or is that for someone else?
That's for you.
Yeah, well, so I think that there's beginning to be more spaces. Like John and I we've been trying to have these conversations for over a decade, and the joke is like, it used to be, it was like walking into a room and just farting, like everybody would just look at us like we were, it's kind of like just saying things that were ridiculous and so inappropriate. And I think that we are starting to have an ability to have the conversations. And then I also remember, Amanda, I don't know if you remember, we had a workshop in Fish and Wildlife where we were trying to talk about values and trade-offs, and people stood up and said, values are squishy, and you ladies like to talk about values, but we're real scientists, and it's not, this is squishy talk that we don't do. And so I also see a more openness to have those conversations too, which I think have been outside the range of our agency. And I remember when I was in my PhD program, going to a Fish and Wildlife Service meeting about climate change, one of our first ones, and Bush Jr. was still in office. So I don't remember the director's name, but he came in and he said, we don't need to make decisions about polar bears. The science will make the decisions. And so I think we've come a long way to acknowledge that science doesn't make decisions, people do, and that these values matter. So that kind of flew off a little bit, but I think we're making progress. I think we need more.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dawn. Jeremy, you had your hand up and now it's down. Did you still want to go?
Nope.
All right, John, and then we'll go to the next question.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment about, Dawn had mentioned peatlands, and it's in the context of Jimmy Fox's conversation about, oops, I'm sorry, got distracted by a moose running past my window. But the Jimmy Fox's comment about, fires releasing lots of carbon. One of the problems I have with that is there's been a lot of conversations on the Kenai Peninsula, particularly in the Homer area, about, maybe we should do blue carbon sequestration, do things like, save our peatlands. But, and for a lot of people, that implied immediately that we should, set peatlands aside in a conservation estate. But the problem is that, first of all, most of the peatlands on the Kenai are already within the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge. And secondly, the peatlands are drying at the rate of 6 to 11% surface area per decade. I mean, they are drying out. So, it's like putting money in the bank, but there's a hole, in a piggy bank, but there's a hole and it's leaking out anyways. Your coins are disappearing. And so conserving them does nothing. We have to do something quite a bit more aggressive, which is why we've been talking about things like beavers to maybe re-wet the wetlands, right? So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there, that it's just not, it's not enough to say, well, let's just save them, because saving requires action.
Yeah, great. I'm going to go ahead to Adelahide's comment in our question in the question and answer, and I will invite folks to also look at Tom Paragai's comment in the chat about longhorn cattle still existing on some of the islands south of the Alaska Peninsula. So that's very, very interesting, and reminds me of when you the way you ended that, John, reminded me of Tom's comment. But let's go ahead, and I'm going to mark Jimmy's as answered. Okay. So a question from Aldehyde is to Scott McFarland regarding Indigenous practices for the trees. Did Indigenous people have traditional practices that provided solutions as well? And how are the people involved in all of the discussion? You kind of answered this in your last points, but if you wanted to expand on it, he would appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't point to any, Indigenous practices related to the restoration that we used. I think they had never experienced something quite on this scale either. This is unprecedented to lose, 140,000 acres of forest all at once. We did use some of their traditional knowledge in picking locations. There is, oral traditions passed down about trees being in specific locations and how those were important to their culture. And we did target some planting in those areas, as well as in discussions about some of the species mix. Like An example I'll point to is there's a prominent peak in the area that's pretty visible from a lot of field sites in areas where corn was traditionally planted. And on that prominent peak, there was a stand of aspen. And when those aspens started to change, it indicated to them that, there's seasons coming and it's time to harvest the corn. Or, it was really important just watching that particular peak because it was so tall versus the surrounding. So we threw aspen into the mix kind of there at the end as another species to get back on the landscape because that stand was totally gone. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you so much, Scott. Question for Don. What about a mosaic of all three trajectories that might enhance biodiversity and the most and provide the most resilience?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And that's the thinking I'm trying to fold in with this idea of portfolio and portfolio design, right? So we are a 2 million acre refuge in the northern parts of our southern boreal. We've had fires that have followed pretty historic trajectories. They burn normally, they seem to be recruiting spruce. That could change. We had some droughts and things like that. But thinking about this, one of the stories of the Kenai. So looking at a bunch of climate models and in climate envelope models, we seem to be a place where we keep things because we have a lot of topography, right? So things might be able to move up in elevation. We also have a lot of latitude, places where, maybe micro refugia, right, seem to be a thing. But we also seem to have a lot of things that have the potential to show up. And so that's definitely something that I continue to move forward on to try to think about. Nobody's expecting spruce to totally go away. They just might not be as dominant as they are in the landscape. So where will those pockets be? Are there certain topographies where they're going to still really do well? And I think that type of thinking is really, really important, and thinking about, multiple scales from local landscapes all the way up to, in my opinion, North America, because diversity comes from isolation. So one of the things we want to think about is biodiversity, that we have historical legacies of that. How can we think about keeping as much of that as future potential moving forward? So great comment. And yeah, definitely, I think it's important.
Great, thanks. Steve?
Yeah, just to follow on to that, I think that diversified portfolios are really important and need to be part of this broad experimental framework for a couple of reasons. One is, and Dawn's alluded to both of those, but I'll just underscore each of them. One is, it gets back to the saving all the parts. We don't know which species are gonna be really important or really thrive under the circumstances 30 or 50 or 100 years from now. And there are many different potential scenarios that we can't choose among those potential climatic futures. So we need to be maintaining and saving all the parts as to the extent we can. And then this also gets to the point I think John made yesterday about bed hedging, that again, we don't know what's going to work and what's not going to work at different time scales. And so I think having a diverse portfolio of approaches and treatments out on the landscape, some of them are going to fail. Some of them are going to work for a while and then they're going to come up short. And others are may flourish in 2 or 5 decades while they're just kind of limping along for a while. So again, I think because there's so little, the uncertainties going forward, both scientific and practical, are so large that the diversified portfolios will help ensure that hopefully at least something works. in the short term, something will work in the midterm, something will work in the long term, or at least help our successors continue navigating or groping their way as we're groping our way towards, towards adaptation.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And right before I pass it to John, I just want to mention that one of our colleagues in Northern British Columbia, Jim Pojar, always talks about a diversified conservation portfolio or management portfolio where certain species are going to be so important, like moose or salmon or caribou, that you're going to resist as long as you can for certain species. And then in other instances, you might want to direct, or you might want to accept for biodiversity or other goals. And seeing the chat with people saying, well, should biodiversity be the goal, or should it be in individual species or ecosystem services that we all count upon? And in a diversified portfolio, you can do all of those as long as you're very, very clear about what you're doing, so you're very intentional. John.
I was just going to say, I mean, Dawn and I have chatted about the portfolio approach a lot, and I mean, in general, I just want to say point blank, I agree that the portfolio approach is a great way to bet hedge, and it's a good thing. But I will also say that after 40 years of being in the agency management arena, that agencies, almost by definition, the agency culture is risk adverse, and the portfolio approach can also be used. It's a double-edged sword. It can also be used as a way to, if you won't take any chances. It's a bad thing in some instances. If you're wishy-washy in your thinking and you won't make a decision, that's what the portfolio approach becomes. So we just need to be very careful, is all I'm saying. It's like anything we do in life, it's a double-edged sword, and just be very careful that we're using it for the right reasons, not because we're risk adverse and we want to hide. So.
Yeah, and I think with anything, you can take a buzzword and use it as an excuse for bad management. Exactly. Or for not making decisions. And so that's a trap that anybody can fall in, whether it's diversified portfolio or any of these other resilience topics that we tend to talk about. So I think the intentionality and direction is really important. An anonymous attendee says this transformation is happening in local landowners' backyards on a daily basis, with extensive impact on the environment, often without much information to inform the decisions to plant or not to plant. For example, the local greenhouses promote non-native species, professional organizations sell seedlings, all for populace that want nature for various reasons, one of which is to block out the next door development that is occurring. As everyone is mentioning, this needs to be informed with a dialogue at all levels and with diverse knowledges engaged meaningfully. I think that I didn't do that on purpose when I was talking about when I said my last statement about intentionality, but I think that that's a really good fit. Do any of the panelists have a comment about that? Jill.
Yeah, I like the fact that comment brought up kind of local commercial operations like greenhouses and nurseries, as well as managers and landowners, because I perceive it from the academic research side that most of the time I get to talk to other academics. Occasionally I get to talk to managers, and virtually never do I get to talk to commercial operators. And sometimes I get to talk to schools. But like that, the scope of those conversations and bringing in multiple stakeholders is really challenging still. And building, I think Dawn mentioned building trust. So particularly between Indigenous land managers and people who represent the colonist viewpoints, there's a lot of breakdown of trust that we need to build bridges around. And these forums are great. I kind of think we need to escalate them, because as a scientist working on these problems, I confess to feeling despair at times as to why I should bother to do more research, because I feel like my science just goes into an internal vacuum in academics and does not inform the real dialogues. And so I'm certainly looking for venues to have more meaningful conversations.
Absolutely, Jill, that's a great point. And as a consultant for the last 5 years, I'd say that was my niche is, so there's job security and the fact that science and management have that disconnect. I'm joking, but it's a very real issue that it's not just us. It's not just us in the North. It's globally. The conversations around some of these major funders are happening at a global scale. Doug, go to you, and then we're going to go back to a question from a participant.
Yeah, I don't want to divert the discussion at all because I learned as much as I could possibly contribute. I would tag on Jill's point here. Everything I've heard is relevant, but I want to tag on Jill's point. You bring up an interesting thing there. I think that we as scientists and managers are very, very good at informing each other back and forth, and we're informing the body of literature, but we're doing a very poor job of conveying these messages to the public. And I constantly put my head around when I get really tough questions, they're like, well, why are you doing that? Or why aren't you doing this? And it's like, how do we inform them? They're interested. They want to know. They don't have the time for these meetings. They're working, they're raising kids. And that's really why, at least more recently, I've been trying to tag into these graphics that really tell the story very quickly. Here, this is why, and this is what's happening. And so, yeah, that's it. I think we need to convey and express these messages and these conversations to a very interested public. We need to do it quickly, rapidly, and very succinctly. And because they do want to do the right thing. We have to keep in mind that much of the national dialogue that's distracting the shit out of everybody right now are the polar opposites, the left, the extreme left and the extreme right, and the politics to that. And everybody else is in the center. And everybody else is interested. They just don't have time for this. So let's attack and approach this. Let's address these people, because that's the 80% we need to focus on. And I'll leave it there. I thought Jill was immensely, I just wanted to support Jill's thought there. We have this, we're just not doing it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Doug. It's not always on, it's not just one on you all either as scientists, it's across the board that there needs to be bridges built. I totally agree. And that's something that Catherine Buchanan has been saying in the chat and in the question and answer for the last 3 days is we need to be better about the vocabulary, the technicality of how, the words that we choose and how to have clear communication. She also just put into the chat, can you think of ways to apply your research, which I'm not going to ask because that would take up the rest of the next 17 minutes, but just something to keep in the back of your minds as we're moving forward. Doug?
I was just going to add to what you just said. Keep it simple. They're interested. Keep it simple. Stay away from the big words. And, we can impress each other to death with that kind of stuff, but.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I just wrote a paper on co-production. I'm going to stop talking, but it was about co-production of knowledge. So having stakeholders involved from the beginning. And I got dinged by the reviewers for not using big enough words and technical enough language. And I had to go back and make it sound more sciencey. And I thought, wow, that's kind of the antithesis of what I'm trying to do here. But it goes to show that it's a field in flux, right? And we're all learning. Paul Lawrence says, does the community have any information, research, results, etc., on the topic of permafrost rivers or water flow under the permafrost, similarly to glaciers and the flow of water under the glacier? So kind of a technical question, but one that could be important.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry, I can't find it on the.
And yes, does the community have any information, research results, et cetera, on the topic of permafrost rivers or water flow under the permafrost? So he's asking, are there, the way that the glaciers, there's water flow under the glaciers, is there water flow under permafrost? And I don't know if Ted is still on. Ted would be the one to.
I was going to say, Ted is
ask that one.
perfect for that.
Go ahead, Doug.
Well, I don't think I have the answer. I mean, so that's a great question because I've dove into that and I don't see it clearly because I've often thought to myself, when you see one of these permafrost zones thaw and all of a sudden these pothole lakes just disappear overnight, all of a sudden it's gone. It gives me the indication that underneath the permafrost, there isn't running water. I don't think that's correct. It might be, but I don't have the answer, but I've thought that would be a perfect Ken question, but
there's a recent paper from Douglas et al. I'll dump it in the chat in a minute. And I think Chris Heimstra and others are involved in it. And it's focused kind of on central Western Alaska, which is the domain they were looking at. But one of the specific things that they were asking is the degree to which you have bottom up melt or thaw in permafrost systems, and the degree to which it's driven by these interesting dynamics of subsurface water. And so there's some very cool, very technical, so this is big words papers, right? We were just talking about big words. But that paper is like that, and I can send it. So there's some really interesting developments there. And then there's also some work looking at the contribution of the thermal erosion of permafrost by precipitation. So we often think of it as an exclusively temperature-driven thing, but the more rain you get percolating into these systems, it carries a lot of heat with it because of the capacity of water to carry heat, and there are big changes from that too. So I'll put those in.
I would add this to the discussion. There's a lot of places north where the permafrost begins that we don't know anything about. And one place we do know something more about is the watersheds of Bristol Bay, the Wood-Tikchik, the Nushagak, the Kwijak. When you get up into those headwaters, some of the drilling surveys that were done up there identified water running as fast as some streams run on the surface at depth of 800 feet. Essentially, the glaciers tore through this place 20,000 years ago, backfilled these valleys with sand and gravel, and then flooded them. And it's that upstream, that headwater watersheds that really allow the productivity of the salmon. There's a reason why that place is so productive. It's because of the groundwater. And so do we see places? Oh, might I add that the water is as oxygenated as the surface water is in some of them at depth boreholes. So is it possible? Definitely. Is it possible in Alaska? It's real. So although under the permafrost areas, I have no idea,
Well, thanks, Doug. I see that Jimmy put in a video in the chat with a rare active layer detachment witnessed in Dena'ina National Park. It might be something for folks to check out. Jeremy had added a couple of papers also in the chat. So interesting thread that we have going there. And I'm going to pull us back to just knowing, and Paul says, thank you for going into that, his question. What I wanted to do is in the last 10, 12 minutes that we have here is I'm going to mention Angela's comment because I think it's something for all of us to take into account versus answering just like a specific question. And then I'm going to turn it over to Meda. Angela says, I'm really appreciative of the multiple scales and perspectives presented in all these talks. And she reminds us that solutions are going to be scale dependent and based on defining values at that scale. So she mentions, like, for example, in her backyard, she values native plants defined by Alaska Native and Western botanists. And it's up to her to keep up with that knowledge base so that she minimizes harm from the soil and plant manipulations that she does in her own backyard. So thinking about value and scale of those values will lead to scale appropriate actions. And I think that's really important to keep in mind, that they're both values and values are scale dependent and actions are scale dependent. And the people that you're talking to are scale dependent, and all of that is really important. So I'm going to go to Meda and then Dawn, and then we'll see how much time we have left. That might take us to the end.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to chime in on the underground water stores in permafrost and just relate something that George Edwardson, who is Iñupiaq, and he is also a geologist, spoke about the underground rivers because of the permafrost thawing and then flowing out to sea. And so just that first count of knowledge of somebody who is trained in geological science discussing that, it thaws. We were talking about that standing water, pools of water are also being shuttled out to sea. And so that's one of the concerns up north, is even though the state is, we're supposed to be getting higher precipitation amounts, they're actually concerned about not having enough fresh water and drinking water in the future to come.
Thanks, Meda. Dawn?
Yeah, I was just smiling because I saw a little. Yeah, I just wanted to go back to that comment about scale and values. And John mentioned the Anthropocene working group that Roger is part of the leadership of. And there was a workshop, and we had a 40-minute discussion about whether Fish and Wildlife should care more about biodiversity or subsistence, which is part of our refuge purposes, subsistence use. So it's very important. And the reality is, at local or landscape scales, maybe subsistence is really important. And at Alaska-wide and North American and global, maybe biodiversity or minimizing extinction is really important. And so just to acknowledge that every decision is making trade-offs amongst values at different scales. And sometimes that can help us, right? Because asking a community in the North to accept polar bears when they have to worry about their kids getting attacked walking to school, it's a big ask. And we're asking it for this bigger scale. And, maybe there's ways we could acknowledge and reciprocate on that piece. And that scales and values just gives us more space to think about those in terms of trade-offs and how, giving up something at the community scale for the larger picture should be appreciated.
Yes, thank you. I think that addresses Angela Natz's comment quite well, that values and scales are intrinsically linked. Okay, so we have a few minutes left, and I've gone through all the questions in the Q&A. I tried to keep up with the questions in the chat. A lot of the chat has been question and answer and conversations that have been ongoing. But I want to turn to the attendees now to ask: was there anything that you really wanted to know that you asked earlier that I may have missed? And then I'll get you, Leslie, after we give the participants a chance to weigh in. You can put it into either the chat or the Q&A if there's anything that I may have inadvertently looked over, or something that did not get addressed that you would have really liked to have heard earlier. Okay, well, let's go to Leslie.
Thank you. Yeah, it's actually one that I put into the chat, so I thought I was in this category. I was just curious, a lot of this, these decisions, these really difficult decisions, again, need more information from what can be done. And that's, of course, where I come from is, what sort of interventional things might we want to learn some more about. And so I was wondering, who would be the best people to contact for various things that might be applicable from the kind of work I've been working on for a decade, which are, we might have useful approaches to cool water, to preserve ice, to preserve snow, maybe to slow down permafrost melting and bubbling. And I'm, that's part of what my mission here is to find out what are the most effective, respectful, inclusive, collaborative, transparent ways to figure out what needs to be done, who needs to, who needs to give permissions, with whom could we collaborate so we know what the heck the real problems are. And so, and we can develop solutions together. So my guess might be John and Roger, because they've been convening these workshops in the Anthropocene, but I'm not sure who to actually start with and who to involve. Follow
Yeah, and
up by
Don put
email
in
later. Right.
Don put in a comment and who's responsible. But Leslie, I think that again, what your question, the response is going to be very scale dependent. Again, coming back to scale.
Tiny initial tests, yeah. Tiny,
yeah, exactly. Tiny. But I think a lot of the people you're talking about have been on this workshop in the last 3 days. There have been a lot of people from the natural resource management agencies, a lot of people from nonprofits that are doing on the ground work, that are doing some of the implementation. And so really looking at who are the people, the landowners, private landowners, state landowners, federal landowners, who are managing the resources and the land and the species and all of that. I think you found a good community by just coming here. I think that's a great place to start. And then once you dip your toe, of course, it expands because there's a lot of people. But the good thing about natural resource management in Alaska is that it is a small community. Everyone knows everyone, and people can point you in the right direction.
Super. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So real quick before John, I'm gonna pass it to you, and I'm gonna actually ask you to take us home because we're coming up at the top of the hour. I'm gonna do a quick process pause just to remind everybody that we are going to go for another hour after this with the panelists who are not required to stay, but who can stay, who are available. And the attendees who are, again, if you're available to stay, we'd love to put our heads together around next steps and continue the conversation. We will take a brief pause and let the note takers, refresh their water glasses and take care of some business prior to going into that. So we'll take about a 5-minute break at the top of the hour before coming back into that. But don't get off the Zoom, just stay on and we'll come right back. And before I pass it over to John and Nicole to wrap up the workshop, I think we should all give a very a big round of Zoom applause to Kelsey and Mandy from AWA for their amazing job taking notes and hanging with us for the 12 hours of note taking over 3 days. We really, really appreciate it. I also would like to thank AWA and Nikki and John for being really spearheading this effort, and all of the steering committee members. You have done an excellent job pulling together a phenomenal workshop. And so great job to the steering committee members. And then also a extremely warm thank you to all of the presenters and panelists. It was really an inspiring workshop. So thank you all. Yay. Okay, so John, I'll pass it to you, and then we'll end with Nikki to take it home. And again, for those who want to stay on, don't hang up the phone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, obviously, I second everything you just said, Amanda, but I just want to remind people that our primary purpose for doing this workshop was to basically stir the pot. And I feel like we've successfully stirred the pot, and that is a good thing. And so I feel like we've accomplished our mission. But with that said, there's a lot of enthusiasm here, and I'm really encouraging people, if they're interested, to stay for the next half hour or hour, however long it goes, where we really do kick around next steps. We deliberately wanted, when we discussed this among the steering committee about, products over and beyond this workshop, the one thing that I think most of us agreed on was, or if not all of us, I think, is that we wanted it to be organic. I mean, sure, we're going to generate notes and we'll put the PowerPoint out, out on the website and the YouTube videos and all that stuff. But beyond that, we have no other plans, because AWA or anybody else in this group can't run this thing, can't drive this solo. I mean, the thing that should be pretty obvious here is that this isn't going to happen without partnerships. And anyway, so I'm going to stop right there. Nikki, I'll hoist it to you for the next hour, right?
Yes, thank you. So let's go ahead and give everyone just a couple minutes of break. If you have to hop off, please, you can throw in your thanks into the chat, and we'll make sure that that gets to the panelists and presenters. And then we will come back at, this is Alaska time, at 12:05. And just to, and so don't leave the meeting, you can just hold tight. To give you a little preparation on what we're going to be doing, depending on the number of people who stay on the line, we will have an interactive session where people can type from their computers ideas that they have moving forward. And then we'll also be able to give attendees speaking power to speak to some of those larger themes. So I'll explain all of that at 12:05, but just to prepare you that it will be much more interactive. And if you have to hop off for it, we will be recording it, and then we'll also save the resources from that this next hour later on. So with that, big thank you to everyone, and Amanda has to hop off. She did an amazing job facilitating again over 12 hours. So thank you, Amanda, for keeping the agenda rolling, for also raising twins and doing all of this at the same time. It's pretty remarkable. And Amanda, if you wouldn't mind throwing your email in the chat as well, if people want to get a hold of you too. So great. Well, with that, I'm going to mute my microphone, pause my video, and I'll see you back in 4 minutes.
Thanks so much, Nikki. Thanks everyone for the invitation and allowing me to work with you all.
Nikki, can I?
Yeah,
Nikki,
go ahead, John.
can I say one thing? Yeah, when people are thinking about this, Nikki and I had a discussion about this last night or this morning, I can't remember which, but this is not necessarily something that is done through Alaska Wildlife Alliance. I mean, some of these ideas, it could be a totally different group. It could be a subgroup of people that want to go off and do this, interested parties. So don't think that you're putting down things here that is something that AWA will pick up necessarily. So, the sky's the limit in terms of who's driving whatever it is you're proposing.
Great. And so I'm going to start giving some permissions, and then once you, if you're elevated to a panelist as an attendee, I'll call on you. I'll try and go in order of the chat again to help our note takers. But while I'm working on that, panelists, feel free to hop in. Is there anything that you're seeing as a next step that you would like to see as a result of this workshop, or as you're thinking about this and working in this field?
Yeah, this is Diane Grandforce, Fish and Wildlife Service, and I think a lot about how to involve our communities a lot more, the people that are really being impacted by climate change, and finding out what their values are, integrating Indigenous knowledge and Western science into how we approach this. And I see a lot of very similar ideas out there. I don't know how to get that started. Is it a working group, or a meeting really specifically at that? I don't know what actions exactly we take, but that's something I think about a lot. It looked like others were too.
Thank you, Diane. I see Roger's hand up, but I wanted to first open it up to Joanne, who, there you go.
Well, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. My name is Joanne Throw. I'm with Throw Environmental, and I mentioned in the chat, but I just am here listening in on this workshop, very excited to be part of this. I had a chance to meet with John and Nicole this past year before COVID got too bad. And I really am, as field liaison for the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, it's important to share with those on the call that we have $140 million this year available. And, it covers our priorities for this fund, cover community capacity building and planning, site assessment and preliminary design, final design and permitting, restoration and monitoring. And as I said in the chat earlier, there's got to be that resilience, community resilience connection and nature-based solutions connection. So you've got my information. I'd love to hear if anybody has any project ideas. This should drop pretty soon, early March, and really trying to find some good, strong proposals coming from Alaska. So thanks for a wonderful workshop and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Joanne. And if anyone in the chat has questions, you can direct those to Joanne. And if you wouldn't mind just putting your email again in the chat, just flooding people with easy contact information. I see that the information is also on the contact information page, which is the 5th slide in the Jamboard. So thanks so much for being here. And yes, always looking for opportunities to do this important work. Roger, let's go ahead and go to you.
Yeah, I'd also like to say it's been a great workshop and I really do appreciate it. But I just want to point out, and this is hard to say to this group, but there's a definite biological bias in this approach. This idea that more and more studies about the environment are needed. And I certainly agree that that's true, but I don't agree that technical rescue is what will solve our environmental problems. I think we do need more biological, earth science research, but we need to know more about ourselves in relation to it. The problem is when you get to the human component, which is the ultimate driver of our problems, we rely mostly not on science, not on social science, but on intuition. We decide how we're going to inform, motivate, engage folks, but we don't have good research for it. And so I think that's the greatest, one of the most important but unmet needs so far, is to have good research, solid social science research that can give us really good direction on how do we inform people, how do we engage them, how do we motivate people to change, because ultimately that's the ultimate driver of everything that's being discussed here, human behavior.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. Yeah, and I'm seeing some comments in the chat. Wow, this is tough to moderate all these things. Amanda did a great job. But yeah, Roger, that's a great point, and we're seeing some echoes of that in the chat. Are there any, and seeing some of those points also reflected in the sticky notes, which on this first page is getting quite large, and that's great. And we'll organize these and make sure that they're digestible. And I think this could be a really nice resource, as John said, about looking for collaborations and partnerships, throwing ideas as to where your work or your organization could match up with some of these ideas. If there, just as again for attendees, if you would like to speak to any of these issues or ask any questions, you can either put those in the chat or ask to be upgraded to panelists. Panelists who are on the call now, are you seeing any of these sticky notes that are resonating with you that you'd like to have more of a discussion on while we have people on the call?
I guess I'll speak up. I think Joanna is still on Joanne Fro is still on the call.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, the sorts of things that, I've been working on, of preserving ice, snow, possibly this would be useful for permafrost, ice roads, cooling water. Is this the sort of thing that your agency would be looking for? Is this?
Well, so I'm field liaison to NIFWF, and actually Yana Doi is on, I believe. I don't know if she is. I know her information is in the chat, so she's here. But it'd be great if she could be unmuted if she's interested. I'd love for her to say hello to everybody.
Cool, thanks.
Yana? because
Let me
she,
upgrade her really.
okay, that'd be
quickly. There
great.
you go.
I want to recognize her great work. She's right from the source, Leslie. So she's the best person, but I could certainly help with the National Coastal Resilience Fund. Yana? She's trying. She's in there twice.
Hi, everyone.
There she is.
Hi, I'm Yana Doi. I am the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's Alaska and Hawaii Programs Manager. And I guess maybe just a little background for folks that aren't familiar with NIFWF, or NIFWF as we call ourselves, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We are a non-advocacy bipartisan nonprofit grant-making organization, and we build partnerships between federal and state agencies, as well as businesses, nonprofits, and individuals to leverage private and public funding. So kind of queuing off of other conversations and earlier today that we heard about the importance of both private and public partnerships. We're kind of in that space, bringing folks together and then getting money out on the ground. So our foundation has a variety of different programs across the country, some of which have touch points in Alaska. Joanne spoke to the National Coastal Resilience Fund program, which has its RFP coming out in the next week or so. So definitely want to alert folks of that opportunity. I personally manage NIFWF's Alaska Fish and Wildlife Fund. This is a program that was established in 2008, and we're furthering conservation of species and habitats in Alaska while supporting communities responding to challenges presented by climate change and land use. So I think also relevant to the conversation here. We have an annual RFP that is released typically in the fall. And we make our award announcements typically in March. So we're coming up on announcing some 2022 grants here shortly. I'll put my contact information in the chat so that folks can reach out to me if you have any questions. I also have a distribution list going. So if folks want to be added, I can add their information to that list and you'll be notified of future NIFWF funding opportunities.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the NIFWF funding sources? We'll give people a couple minutes to type them out if so.
Just want to say thank you for that contact. That's fantastic.
Yeah, Leslie, there's so many opportunities coming up. It's hard to know what to look at, but it's great to have, field liaisons and people like Yana who can help address questions and pre-proposals. Think about that. It's only a couple pages, so it's not a heavy lift when that comes out. So good luck, and I hope to see many proposals come through from folks.
Great. Thank you. And I'm seeing a couple of stickies that are sparking my curiosity, but I also want to make sure that the panelists have time to speak to you. Is there, oh, John has his hand raised. There you go.
Yeah, I just want to make a pitch while we still have some people on the line. Just to get the pulse. And what I'm going to ask, this is such kind of an awkward thing, and I'd really like people to just write yes or no or maybe. I mean, one or just I want two responses. The first one is for the first question, and the other one is for the second. And all I'm asking is two questions. Is there an interest in doing an adaptation workshop annually, similar to what we're doing now, where we're sharing information? So that's one question, and that's a yes, no, maybe question. And then the other one I'd like you to type in the line is there an interest in trying to put together a statewide climate adaptation partnership, very similar to what the Alaska Invasive Species Group has done, which I think they've done a spectacular job. They would actually be a model in my mind for trying to put something together for adaptation. So I'm just throwing that out there. It'd be great if we could get responses to that. We're seeing mostly
Can you
yes.
reframe the second? Can you say the second question again?
Okay, the first one was simply about having a repeat of this workshop annually. The second question is specifically, is there an interest in trying to create a statewide partnership? Very modeled after the Alaska Invasive Species Group.
Yeah, I would say yes. And one of my comments I put on that, and one of the stickies there was everything that's well, we all know in Alaska, this change is happening a lot faster than we can track. And I think we need to be far more proactive and far more aggressive in addressing some of these issues and concerns, because I think ultimately the atmosphere and the temperature of the atmosphere and the water is going to dictate to us where we're going to go. And so we need to get way out in front of the direct, you know. I think, yeah, but I think we need to make our leadership as well as the politico understand that, you know. And I think it's going to take organization and effort, you know.
Yeah, and in my mind, I mean, there's obviously different ways you could construct a partnership, but the nice thing about the Alaska Invasive Species Partnership is that no one entity, whether it was an organization, a university, or an agency, there was no single one lead, and they created a board, and I think the way they've managed is brilliant, and I would look to them to be a model for how we could do this.
One of my questions that I would open to the group is that there's been the development of a lot of different coalitions and networks and collaborations, and it's hard to know where one starts and the others begin. Many of us serve on many of them, and so I guess how would this be distinct from other networks? I'm just not as familiar with the invasive species.
Oh, that's a good point. I know that we had the NIFHAP partnerships, National Fish Habitat Partnerships, and then the LLCs came over that, or the LCCs came over that. And yeah, it's like everybody got really confused as to who's doing what, where.
Well, in this instance, the reason why I'm citing the Invasive Species Group is because that partnership then does many of the things that we're talking about with sticky notes. They organize subcommittees to write white papers. They propose legislation. They write, they set up databases and things like that. So they do a lot of the things that we're talking about. It's just organized under a single partnership. And that to me is the beauty of it. But the flip side of it is it's going to take a lot of work. It's not, it's hard.
Any other comments on next steps, and again, if any of the attendees would like to speak, please just let me know and we can upgrade you all to speaking power. It's very easy and we'd love to hear from you. Yeah, any other comments of what you're seeing in Post-it notes or questions for the group while we have people?
One of the comments I'm seeing is that there are other networks and groups which other people have commented on. And I think that's absolutely true. And of course, if this were to go forward, one of the very first things that would happen is to contact all those groups and have that conversation to make sure that everybody's included and nobody's toes are being stepped on.
Great. And Adelheid, I think I saw your hand up, so I assumed that meant you wanted to be upgraded, and apologies for putting you on the spot if not, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I can't think of the name of this group, but it's a huge partnership in the Cook Inlet area. It's something trust, Wildlife Lands Trust, or I'm not sure, John or Jeremy, if you know what I'm talking about. Molly McCammon, I think she ran it for a while. But it's already this huge existing partnership with, geared towards the environment.
You think of the heritage.
Is that the Prince William Sound Citizen
Oh,
Advisory Board?
No, the Heritage Land Trust, I think.
Oh, the Heritage, the Kaachamack Bay, the Kaachamack Heritage Land Trust.
No, I think it's bigger than that.
Yeah, I would think, because the
Let me
land
see if
trust.
I can find it. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple land trusts at different scale.
Well, when you said Molly, I thought it might, I'm sorry, I said Prince William Sound, but I actually thought, I think Molly was involved in the Cook Inlet Citizen Advisory Board.
Well, just that there's a lot of them out there,
Yeah, but truthfully, I don't know anyone that is truly statewide in climate adaptation. I really don't. I know a lot of splinter groups that cover different parts of it. Anyway.
Right. When I hear Molly's name, I think of Ayus.
Oos, yeah. That's what I'm seeing on there right now. Angela and Jeremy.
It's not EOS, no.
No, AUS does something different, although that is what Molly's most associated with, I think, in a lot of people's minds.
Hey, John, I think maybe the reason there's not a statewide group is because a lot of this adaptation is going to probably happen at more of a local or regional level. I think that kind of defines it for me, is that there is no overall overarching statewide adaptation. It's going to, the rubber hits the road at the more local level.
Tom, I totally agree with you, but I mean, 2 points I want to make. One is I'm not envisioning necessarily this group making decisions in the sense that you're thinking. That's one point. And then the other, and because the statewide invasive species group does not do that. They allow individual entities to make their local scale. I think the more important piece of having a partnership is trying to network all those local scale actions that you're talking about, which would be useful. It'd be useful to know what people are doing in different parts of the state. So you can, rather than, it comes back to that comment I had earlier about the double-edged, portfolio approach, is that if you got all these people doing different things that are canceling out, they could conceivably be canceling out other people's efforts, right? Or alternatively, they're redundant, and, just be able to learn from other people's successes and mistakes, failures, right?
You're kind of talking about a consortium where people would share ideas. And so
exactly.
Is there a model to learn from? I mean, the LCCs, we've got what, 4 or 5 that cover Alaska. How do they integrate?
Well, they would definitely be part of this, but again, as you say, there are 4 or 5, and I'm just not, I don't see a statewide entity. And I'm just throwing that out there. And again, I'm not pushing this idea beyond the conversation we're having now. If it's something, it sounds like a lot of people are interested, and it's certainly worth exploring it. Maybe we can have an exploratory committee kind of poke at that and come up with some ideas and put it out there to a larger group to see what the interest is.
And in that vein, I wanted to recognize Aaron's comments. And Aaron, no need to comply if you don't want to be put on the spot, but you had a lot of really great comments in the chat about some work that CRRC is doing, and that the next climate adaptation community of practice meeting is next Wednesday. So you can connect with Danielle, and there's a couple of other folks to connect with. But Aaron, not to put you on the spot, but it would be great to hear about what you all are up to, and especially in the development of an LCC. So if you wanted to just speak to any of those points.
Well, I think this is a really valuable conversation, and I really appreciate people talking about how we can kind of overcome some of these bureaucratic and kind of silo barriers, because I think that is really important. I just recently joined this Alaska Climate Adaptation Community of Practice group that's run by Daniel Meeker out of UAF. I Willow, my boss, was attending it before, so I don't have a great idea of the scope of what they're doing yet, but it's a group that meets with researchers and people from around the state quarterly, and I think that some of the conversations that have gone on here would be wonderful conversations to also carry over to there, and very applicable on the statewide level. I think and CERC has been working on developing an LCC in our region. We're actually doing one large one that covers our whole region, and then some of our tribes have decided to independently do some of their own that will cooperate with ours in their specific areas. And kind of our thought there is there's not always a lot of opportunity for tribal, there's tribal consultation, but a lot of times tribes don't or get left out of some of the initial conversations. And so we really wanted to start these LCCs to try to break down some of those bureaucratic barriers, have everybody talking together, and also have tribes be able to be there at the table from the beginning of these conversations. So it's really an attempt to, on a more local level, get everybody in the room talking together. But yeah, if anybody is interested in that Alaska Climate Adaptation Community of Practice, I stuck my email on the Jamboard, and I can also stick it into chat, and I'd be happy to connect you if you're interested in potentially calling into that meeting.
Thanks so much, Erin. Appreciate your willingness to just jump on, as I've voluntold you.
I was like, oh no, did I brush my hair?
So I have a question, if possible. Are we thinking about a working group in terms of adaptation generally, or in terms of implementing RAD, where we're trying to shape an ecological trajectory?
I think we need to think about all that. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure either, Don, but I mean, nobody's really fleshed out those discussions. It's such an emerging topic in Alaska that I think it could be broken out into categories, but based on controllability and receptibility,
Don, were you talking about a working group as independent of the partnership, or are they one and the same, or are they different? I don't understand. I missed that.
Well, and I might be loose with my words, whether it's a working group or a partnership, but I'm just thinking of the how we're going to bound the things we build in this discussion. And is it about adaptation generally? Because that gets really wide, right? Like think of NAF meetings and just the amount of stuff that goes on in those meetings. That's all really important. Or are we going to really drill in what it would take to implement RAD in Alaska, where we are actively trying to shape the ecological system? And, it's a social ecological system. So, you can't bound out people, but because it seems to me like two different things. And we do have a lot of adaptation networks, but I think what we could add is focus, right? In the same way that a fire management group, like they're really effective because they have somebody who consolidates all that's happening and all the new science and then delivers it for a specific purpose. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, in my mind, at least the way I'm thinking about this now, and again, I'm modeling it after the invasive species partnership, is that would be a group under the partnership. I mean, the partnership is to bring people who normally might not talk to talk. I mean, in this group of people that have been on these calls, I mean, obviously there's subgroups of people that talk all the time, right? And then there's a whole bunch of people that have never met each other. And the whole point of the adaptation partnership would be to bring across disciplines a bunch of people together so that you make sure that there's conversations being had across multiple scales and multiple disciplines. The thing that you're talking about to me is a specific working group under that partnership. At least that's the way I think about it.
Yeah, talking about things that are going to be new, they're going to be scary to the public in general. They're going to be scary to some agencies. So if you want to get into really creative experiments, you do need I think a subgroup. It's like dropping the spheres out on the ice there. It's going to get people's attention, and they can be thinking about The message is of how you'd want to couch that, how you're going to be taking care of those experiments. You're going to have to deal with a buttload of permits from a whole bunch of people, probably if you get into really interesting stuff. So that's what I kind of look at as more of a subgroup. There's a bunch of people thinking about adaptation.
Right.
But the folks getting into these kind of experiments that you're talking about is going to be a new thing. And even doing some of the old things we do, like setting prescribed fires, forestry practices, predator control, those are hugely controversial, hugely bureaucratic already. Now you're talking about the next step, which I think is a good way to go from an experimental standpoint, but it's going to be very challenging to do that. So getting a group of practitioners, particularly people that work for land management agencies, understand the permitting process behind that, are people I think that want to be working kind of behind the scenes to think about that, so that you can have the ability to move forward when you see the opportunities. Like somebody's talk showed, when you get to these critical points, you have an opportunity. There's going to be a lot of work in the background before you get it to be able to take advantage of something like that. So I think this subgroup that Dawn's talking about is probably a very worthwhile one to just start thinking about.
Tom, are you someone who can advise on that? We've been glad that we've had permits to work up in Iñupiaq before. Which is really cool. But I agree with you. Permits take a long time. Those did. Do you have that expertise? Are you someone I should try to stay in touch with?
Not in particular. I'm aware of it. We've had to get them for various things. And, and something to also think about here in terms of the landscape. Anytime you're dealing with public lands, you've got a constituency. Sometimes it's within the state, sometimes nationally. Alaska Native corporations have about 10% right now of the land ownership in Alaska, and that's a very different environment to work in. And there may be opportunities there where your constituency there, they may be wanting to test something that has to do with subsistence opportunities going into the future, and they may be more willing to allow or permit something like that. So just something to keep in mind.
Any other comments too? I also wanted to open up the floor, and again, Jeremy, not to put you on the spot, but if there's any updates or worthy comments on what ACASC is up to, that's the Alaska Climate Adaptation Science Center. You guys are doing a lot of work. If you wanted to speak to any of that moving forward as well.
Yeah, I can't speak for ACAP. I'm not a representative for them. As was mentioned earlier, Danielle Meeker, who is with ACAP, is working fairly consistently on both adaptation and co-production work in the state, and is I think serving as a coordinator for a large group of people engaging in a dialogue. But the nature of that dialogue still has yet to firm up. I think it's still pretty diffuse. But that's the creative destruction that has to happen, right? So I think it's going to go good places. I wasn't sure what else you might want from ACAP.
And yeah, I apologize for that conflation, but yeah, USGS as well. I mean, especially as a sponsor of the workshop, I just wanted to make sure that you had some time.
Yeah, I think I'll just say two things real quick. One is that two USGS entities in the state pay attention to and monitor this dialogue, don't always participate, although there are some instances where they do. And in particular, the Alaska Science Center, which is focused on the provisioning of data and information related to all aspects of sort of the Earth system. They typically are interested in the information that they can provide, the monitoring they can do to better inform these dialogues. Sometimes they participate, especially in coastal resilience and permafrost for communities, but kind of only in a piece-by-piece approach. The Alaska Climate Adaptation Science Center, where I work, is also USGS, is separate from those other folks, although we collaborate on some things. And we're very much supposed to be working towards climate information that can support the kinds of things that we're talking here, more from a research aspect than a research and funding of projects aspect than from a specific convening, which is we usually think of as somebody else's job, although we're willing to partner on that. So we tend to lurk in the background and try to understand what information we can bring forward or better adapt to this, what can be translated. I don't know if Steve Jackson, he he is a director of a similar cask from a different region. And so we participate in that world as well, a little bit more than USGS would traditionally. One thing I forgot, we also spend a lot of time with our Department of Interior agency partners, particularly Fish and Wildlife Service, Park Service, but then also others outside of the Department of the Interior to figure out how climate information can better go into existing planning efforts. So, yep.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Jeremy, whose contact information is in the agenda, or the contact information for that is available. And I wanted to speak back to something early on to John's first two questions. As Adelheid, who said to include more Indigenous perspectives, and I think that's a really important piece in moving forward with this whole process and what it shapes out to be. And something that I'm part of a number of groups, including the Just Transition group, and there's it's encouraging to see much more of an effort to include Indigenous voices from the beginning, or try to incorporate them at various stages. And it's difficult too, because it seems like, you know, communities who are facing climate change on the ground, it's happening very soon, and they're it's finding the balance between asking for too much time when they're busy dealing with it on the ground, and how to incorporate those communities and those voices is something that I think we also really need to grapple with in a way that's inclusive and also respectful of the realities on the ground. So would welcome any ideas on navigating that and making this a much more equitable process. And thank you, Jeremy, for putting your contact information in the chat. But I would like to close out. I think we have just a couple more minutes. If there's any ideas or topics you'd like to speak to, please let me know, raise your hand, or just jump right in. And while we're thinking, I still see some movement on the Jamboard, and this is really, really helpful. So what we will do is clean this up a little bit and create it into more of a digestible bucket of bins and ideas. And then we'll send it to the attendees and panelists, so that you can look it over later and see if there's any partnership or collaboration from these ideas that were posted here, and make that available. Also, as just one last summary of the workshop, we'll be posting the report as soon as it's finished, which will take a couple of weeks. We'll also have the recordings and the slides available. So please feel free to reach out to the speakers or to us if you have any last questions. And John, did you have any other final words to wrap this up?
No, got nothing. Other than thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us 3 days on Zoom. I know it's taxing for even the most hardy COVID workers. So,
well, actually, I do have one thing, since we have people on. I think one of the things that may come out of all of the sticky notes is if we can see any coherent proposals that we might sketch out, we'll send that out too, and maybe we can do like a poll of people who participated in terms of their interest levels and things like that, to see if there's anything here that we could really move forward, that and see who would be interested in engaging in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, and as one last little plug, Meda, John put it in the chat, but Meda sent the schedule before she left for her for the Region 10 work that she's doing. So just got a text to remember to check that out if you're interested. But thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to the panelists and speakers. Thank you to the steering committee. We really appreciate it. And we'll be in touch by email soon, but please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you so much. What a fantastic use of 3 mornings, long mornings.